And before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In the event of an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery will take direction from security, and council will take direction from myself. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security during an evacuation, and please speak with security if you require first aid. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I'll call this meeting to order. And at this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional lands of Treaty 6 territory in the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. First will be a roll call. Councillor Tang might be here and listening, but has notified us that they might not be able to join for much of today. Next, Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Parmar.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry, the first committee first, and now let's see who else is in the room. Councillor Morgan.
Here.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
And online, I see Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Principe is here as well.
Good morning.
Good morning. I see Councillor Tang has been able to join us online, but again, we'll be sort of in and out. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
And I think I've gotten everyone that has listed there, so fantastic. Next is, before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item can monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary or conflicts of interest, we'll move to adoption of the agenda. Councillor Parmar, since you're sitting beside me, do you mind moving that with the many additions, replacement pages, replacement attaches, and deletions?
Do I say them all?
You will say them all. Yes, everything up to the request to speak you will read.
Okay, I motion the adoption of the agenda with the recommendations that the January 2021-2026 Executive Committee meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. Additions 7.6 Edmonton Place Brand Framework, 9.3 Investment Opportunity. Do I have to read them?
No, you don't. You can just read them.
And then 7.6 replacement page of Edmonton Place Brand Framework. And then replacement attachment 7.3, 2025 infrastructure state and condition, attachment 1. Deletion 7.2, options to fund Francis Winspear Center expansions. Deletion 7.3, 2025 infrastructure state and condition.
Thank you, and I will just read out that piece. So for folks wondering on 7.3 specifically, the state of the infrastructure state and condition, that is going to be dealt with at our infrastructure committee meeting, our first one of that, as we do have an infrastructure committee now, so that is the right place for it. Although, and I'm guessing many folks did read it. If you didn't on council, please do read it before we talk about the capital investment outlook, which will be happening before the infrastructure committee meeting, so if you hadn't already reviewed it. So please, any other questions on the adoption of the agenda? Not seeing any, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 5-0. Next, approval of the minutes. How about Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, I'll move the approval of the minutes from the November 24th, 2025 Special Executive Committee meeting.
Thank you. Any errors or omissions or questions on those minutes? Seeing none, please vote for the approval of those minutes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 5-0. Next, council protocol and recognition. I don't think there are any items. I didn't have any. Next, selection of items for debate. So please click on the board if you wish to select items. I think there's clicking happening so that someone can do selections. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, I'll select 7-1, 7-4, 7-6.
That was 7-1, 7-4, and 7-6. Excellent. Any other selections? I don't see anyone on the board, on committee for any other items. Just taking a second. We don't, so. Nope, okay. So, yeah, there are no other selections, so I will take a motion to move all remaining items. Maybe Councillor Palmer, yeah, since you're getting close there, go ahead.
So moved.
Perfect, yes. That is the moving of all remaining items. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. Oh, you know what? I'm a fool. 9-3, I don't know if we needed to select, well, I mean, we probably should, so, yeah, sorry, we added it and I forgot that it was, should have been something selected. So can we call that back, that vote, real quick? Sorry.
You can recall that, yes.
Thank you, let's recall that vote. And then I will select 9.3, sorry, that should have been, I just forgot that it was added on here, so I'll take that one. And now I'll take that motion for all remaining items. Councillor Parmar?
So moved.
Thank you, yes, very good. My fault on that. Please vote on all remaining items, which now also excludes 9.3, which we will select, so thank you.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's better. That is carried 5-0. So we'll just do a quick review. Madam Clerk.
Good morning. Yes, this morning, Executive Committee has passed the recommendations in the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, Alberta Avenue Arts Development Expression of Interest with a revised due date of May 13th, 2026. For clarity, items 7.2 and 7.3 have been deleted from the agenda. Bylaw, item 7.5, Bylaw 21368 to designate the Peter Hemingway Aquatic Center Coronation Pool as a municipal historic resource. The recommendation was approved and that is heading to council. And the recommendations are approved in item 9.1, legal matter instructions for a legal matter number 1. Item 9.2, legal matter instructions for a legal matter number 2. And that is all.
Thank you very much. Okay, great. So let's just get back to the main list here. So that's the items that were not selected for debate. Request to speak. There are a number. Councillor Elliott, do you want to move do you have the list in front of you there?
I will so move, but I have to bring up the list here momentarily.
Perfect, yeah. I'll let you read in those names. We don't have to check attendance. You can just read them in, and I'll check attendance when we get to each individual item.
Okay, the recommendation of the executive committee here from the following speakers, and panel when appropriate. So in this case, it's 7.1, options to resolve the Winspear parking revenue sharing agreement. And first speaker number 1 would be Jesse Watson, which would be remote. It would be Anne-Marie Petrov from the Winspear Center in person. Sandra Young in the Winspear Center in person as well. And in regards to the 2025 infrastructure state and condition.
We don't have to read those in since that's deleted, so.
Oh, that's correct.
Yep.
Thank you. So 7.4, in regards to policy C216C, storefront improvement program policy updates. The speaker number 1 would be Eric Estrada from the Alberta Avenue Business Association in person. Number 2 would be David Palamondan. My apologies if I mispronounced the name. Alberta Avenue Business Association remote. Anne Nugent from the Alberta Avenue Business Association in person. Daniel Nugent from the Alberta Avenue Business Association remote. Nielsen Nugent from the Alberta Avenue Business Association also remote. And the finally speakers in regards to 7.6, the Edmonton Place Brand Framework. Speaker would be Tracy Bernard from Explore Edmonton in person, and Tom Vinica from the Edmonton Unlimited, also and remote.
And Mayor, just as we had Eric Estrada also indicate in the last few minutes that they would like to speak to this item.
Okay, perfect, on 7-6?
That's correct.
Okay. So you've added that, that name would be on your list of motions, so, great. And then we can vote on adding, or hearing from those speakers. Please vote.
We have the votes.
Thank you, please display the vote. And that is carried 5-0. Excellent. Request for time specific. There is one request that we do item 7.6 as the first item of business. That's been the request, so I can get a motion for that, if somebody's willing to move that.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Parmar. Any questions on that? Can I might just do a quick question, actually, and just double check. Is there sort of a time-sensitive issue for that one to be first, just since we do have a lot of speakers? And
It's time sensitive for the speakers that wanted to speak to the presentation in the item.
Okay.
But administration's flexible.
Okay, no, I understand. That's what I wanted to double check. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any, please vote.
We have the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 5-0. Councillor inquiries, I don't believe I received any. Therefore, we will move to item 7.6, Edmonton Place Brand Framework. Once we finish with that, we will move to the Windspear parking item, and then the storefront improvement item, and then finally the investment opportunity item in 9.3. So we'll go in that order. So starting with 7.6, we'll bring up administration. Go ahead if you're ready, yeah. Or I don't know if you have a presentation, I didn't actually.
All right, as we're getting that up, I'll start. So today I am joined by Jennifer Battery, Interim Chief Communications Officer, and members from her team. Before I turn things over to Jen, I would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the partners who have provided their input to date. We've been hearing a willingness to reintroduce Place Brand for some time now, and it's encouraging to know that all kinds of partners are looking to contribute to and support this work. In particular, we've had strong support from the city's active agencies ahead of coming to you today. We met with several of those partners, including Explore Edmonton, Edmonton Unlimited, Chamber of Commerce, the airport, Edmonton Global, Edmonton Screen Industries, and the U of A, just to name a few. All have expressed their enthusiasm and support for this type of Place Brand work. I will note that those are the folks we've had the opportunity to touch base with, and more is to come, including with Indigenous partners. City administration acknowledges that to be successful and sustainable, Place Brand cannot be done well in isolation. As you've heard during council orientation, there was a well-established economic development ecosystem, And as you've, the proposed place brand framework that you will hear today leverages and expands on the strengths of that ecosystem. Much of what you will hear today takes the city's partners' feedback and ability to activate place brand into consideration. With that, I will turn things over to Jennifer.
Thanks so much, Eddie. And joining me is Elizabeth Dornichuk. She is our new Director of Marketing, Creative, and Digital Services. So we're pleased to present to you a proposed place brand framework that is rooted in research, best practices, and builds on the successful implementation of completed actions from the 2021 to 23 place brand strategy. Strategic partners and ongoing engagement, including with the public, is at the heart of our proposed framework. But before we get into the details of our approach, we thought it might be helpful to quickly differentiate between place brand and place making. With place brand, it is more than a logo, a slogan, or any one campaign, and one could argue it's even more than the place itself. When you get into place brand, we're looking at visual elements, our voice, our tone, the personality of the brand, the audiences that we're trying to reach, as well as those campaigns. The place brand, in essence, is that compelling articulation of the spirit of the city, the things we love about our city, the things that draw people here, and especially the things that keep them here. It's brought to life by a strategic coordination of a curated ecosystem. For Edmonton, we see this ecosystem including civic pride, tourism, economic development, and our signature events and festivals that we're well known for. Where sometimes, depending on the opportunity or the strategies, certain partners or stories will be in the driver's seat of our narrative, and other times they'll be in the passenger seat, strategically supporting the coordinated approach that is designed to culminate in our collective success. Next slide, please. How the ecosystem holds the potential to foster collective success is through placemaking, a distinct function within place brand. While place brand will answer the question, why Edmonton, placemaking will create a tangible answer to that question, activating the senses in a way that makes people tell Edmonton's story for us. The place brand ecosystem works together to create the parameters by which we would like that story to be told. Next slide. And we have demonstrable success in this area. Our efforts have dated back for over 100 years, and place brand has been around through different iterations. We've been Canada's oil capital in the early 30s, City of Champions in the 80s, and more recently, Festival or Winter City in Alberta's capital city, and so on. We are all those things and more. The last iteration of the city's place brand work focused on pandemic recovery and to build a library of assets that profile the city's people, businesses, and innovations. Next slide, please. And I'm pleased to share that the key actions from the last strategy have been delivered beyond the 2023 bookend of that strategy. In fact, as you can see on the slide, some of the city's work has earned international recognition. And I'm not just sharing this because I'm incredibly proud of the team, but because it's important foundational work. Often brand assets are launched at the same time as a place brand campaign, and assets like a website and its number of visitors, time spent on the site are used as metrics for measuring the overall success of that campaign. But by having these assets already in place, we have created a sense of familiarity and a seamless user experience, and we have built momentum around whatever our next chapter of place brand will be, so we can just amplify it that much further. So in a sense, we've intentionally reverse engineered this process, ensuring a wealth of free, shareable photos, videos, stories that are at the disposal of those who want to champion Edmonton's story. This enables us to honor that legacy of our identity while working with our partners to co-create that next chapter. Next slide, please. The proposed place brand framework is predicated on thorough engagement with partners and the public. When it comes to our partners, the first phase that we are proposing through the framework focuses on over 24 organizations who have direct connections to administration and council. Should this report be received for information, we will take that as a signal to take our informal conversations and formally bring them together through an engagement process specific to place brand. How much we conduct public engagement at the City of Edmonton, much like how we conduct a public engagement at the City of Edmonton, we will produce a What We Heard report. We recognize that different organizations have different mandates, accountabilities, and indicators of success. As such, they'll have different needs at different times for different audiences, and it's important for us to capture this. On the public side, we recognize that Edmonton's rapid growth, the city has changed considerably over the last few years, and it will be critical to the framework's overall success to tap into what Edmontonians are most proud of today and where they see us going in the future. Concurrent with some of our partner engagement work, the Office of the Chief Communications Officer is also working to deliver on a motion-driven report later this year related to reputation. It's through that work that we hope to confirm or determine distinct departures from the nearly 20 years of research and insights that we already have around Edmonton's place brand. Rolled up, what this all means is that using a data-based approach enables that ecosystem to objectively examine engagement insights and key findings that help establish common ground from which to start. Our intent here is to hold space for each player in the ecosystem to feel like they can either champion, activate, enable, or support place brand at any given time. And this, we feel, positions place brand framework for the overall long-term success. Next slide, please. Okay, so diving deeper into the framework itself, one of the first things you might notice is a shift from strategy to framework, and that was intentional. As I mentioned, we wanted to create room for each partner to activate their own strategies related to their organization's needs. However, through a framework, the city can convene partners, coordinate opportunities, and amplify our collective voice. The proposed place brand framework presented to Council today positions city administration as the strategic steward of Edmonton's place brand, not as its sole owner. Best practice shows that successful place brands are built through alignment across many voices: economic development, tourism, arts, culture, business, institutions, including our post-secondaries, and residents. City administration, however, is uniquely positioned to convene, coordinate, and align this ecosystem. We have a neutral mandate, strong governance structures, and accountability to council and taxpayers. Through this lens, the city can support a collective and complementary effort that is grounded in research and data. This approach builds on prior council-approved work, aligns and supports work led through the urban planning and economy and financial corporate services departments, while cultivating a powerful and consistent narrative. The ecosystem is well positioned to tell the world why people have been and will want to invest here, live here, learn here, and play here. Next slide, please. So invest here, live here, learn here, and play here are the four cornerstones of the place brand framework. It is not the overarching slogan or brand itself. And through initial feedback, we already adjusted one of these titles. Invest here was actually called work here before, but the call to action is so much broader than that, as are the opportunities. So administration is acknowledging indicators from community, the corporation, and council that in business investment and growth is essential to the city's future. As such, we not only want to invite investors here, we want to nurture the businesses that are already here and support how they may expand or scale up, given that local businesses make up almost 95% of the companies in Edmonton, and that Edmonton is one of the fastest growing tech sectors in North America. And more recently, when Edmonton made its debut on the Movie Maker magazine's top 25 best places to live and work as a movie maker. Live Here is really intended to appeal to that civic pride, cultivating stories that remind Edmontonians that the city's pristine river valley is the North America's largest urban park system, 22 times the size of New York Central Park, and that Edmonton still ranks among the top 10 most affordable housing markets in the world. And in a testament to the diversity of our city, over 125 languages are spoken here. In the Learn Here cornerstone, in the Learn Here cornerstone, where another point of pride for the city connects back to why people would want to invest here. With 8 post-secondary institutions, there are over 100,000 post-secondary students in Edmonton, the best and brightest ready for the job market. Not to mention, Edmonton is the first Canadian city to be accepted into the UNESCO Global Network of Learning Cities. And play here is both the tourism and the best sources of entertainment for Edmontonians, whether it's the contagious playoff fever that is second to none in all of sports, or the fact that Edmonton has been named the #1 sports event host in the country, or the fact that the city puts on the world's largest heritage festival every year. There is so much potential to unlock through these stories and proof points. But that said, the framework isn't trying to be everything to everyone. In fact, that would dilute the strength of place brand. Rather, we are looking to identify priorities and genuine pride held across our city in order to tell that authentic story and cultivate meaningful and memorable experiences, ones that call people to invest here, live here, learn here, and play here. Next slide. These stories actually have tangible results. The proposed place brand framework is intended to continually build on the incremental and moderate successes that will have transformational impacts. As you can see on the slide, there are already several proof points related to this work. When place brand includes sustainable investment and a sound sustainable approach, Much how a major event has an economic impact to the city, Place Brand can contribute to the short and longer term economic development, not only attracting new business, but encouraging those existing businesses to scale up. And when that happens, there are further connections to financial sustainability. So on the slide are some of those examples for some of the results that we have seen so far. Next slide. And finally, this slide visually showcases our roadmap, where we have been, where we are now, and where we are going approximately in the next 6 months. City administration has been developing a refreshed 4-year Place Brand framework, and that time frame was intentionally chosen to better align with the city's 4-year budget cycle, council's term, and to be better enable conditions to measure progress and success. It also intentionally concludes in 2029 to align with the 125th anniversary of the City of Edmonton's incorporation. There is a strong foundational plan in place to begin this work. In Edmonton's Place Brand, there are 5 clear phases that we have planned: discover, engage, strategize, implement, and action, and execute. Edmonton, with its exceptional growth and potential, has a profound opportunity before it. We can lean into our rich history, our unlimited potential, and again, show the world why they want to invest, live, learn, and play here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we move into questions, we do have our speakers who have registered to speak, so I'll call them down. I know we have Tracy Bednard is here. You can come down and grab seat number 1. Tom Vinica, I think I saw was online. Tom, are you there with us?
You bet.
Thank you. And then Eric Estrada is going to come down, and we'll get seated there, I think, in number 3. As you're all sitting down, I'll just do a quick reminder, and although we've technically begun the discussion, I just want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process, so we know the full diversity of opinions that exist in our community. As meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure behaviors support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. Disrespectful comments, including those directed at individual staff members or other speakers, profane language or gestures, and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping, or political campaigning will not be tolerated. In addition, use of the raise hand feature, chat, emoticon response, or AI note-taking tools in the virtual meetings are not permitted. I will direct the clerk to have security remove anyone violating these expectations. I will not provide any additional warnings. Once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed, and of course, everyone is welcome to watch online. So with that said, let us begin with our speakers, starting with Tracy Bednard. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Administration, and colleagues in the ecosystem. Again, my name is Tracy Bednard. I'm the President and CEO of Explore Edmonton, and this is such an important topic, so I appreciate the time to be here. We are the city's destination management and marketing organization for Edmonton, and simply put, it's our job and mandate to bring people to our city, and that drives economic impact and returns to us. That's evident in the $2.5 billion in visitor spend that we saw last year. We also connect major events to world-class venues and host people not just throughout Edmonton, but from around the world. The Convention Center is recognized as one of the top 5 in North America. The Expo Center is the largest of its kind in Western Canada, and we're fortunate to have that. So together, these allow us to hold these world-class events and drive economic return and long-term opportunity for our partners who host within those venues. As stewards of the visitor economy, we're catalysts for economic growth, community vibrancy, and civic pride. We support local jobs, businesses, and quality of life that makes Edmonton the place that we all want to stay, want our kids to stay, want investors to come to, and that's really where Place Brand matters for us. A strong Place Brand helps Edmonton compete nationally and globally, and it allows us and organizations from across Edmonton to ideally tell a unified and compelling story about who we are and what we offer, no matter if you're a resident or an investor or a conference attendee. It helps us and our partners market Edmonton as a place people want to visit, but also a place to live, work, study, and invest. And of course, great places to visit are great places to live. And when people want to visit a city, they're more likely to consider moving here, starting a business, or recommending Edmonton to others. As Edmonton Global states, investors want to invest in a city where their employees want to be, where they want to work, where they want to raise their families. But it also plays an important role locally because a strong place brand also reminds and helps residents to see and believe and share with each other how great Edmonton really is as a city. And thanks to Ms. Badri, she named a number of successes that we have that I think we could point to in terms of place brand and expressing really cores of who we are. For us, a couple include the Lonely Planet recognition and the recognition as Canada's #1 sports city, as was mentioned. The second point I think that we want to make, first, just the importance of place brand, and then second, we've had lots of conversations about who should lead place brand. And from Explore Edmonton's perspective, we absolutely believe that the city can orchestrate all of the partners to be integrated with that shared voice. So I have a short presentation, but just to say we are strongly in support of that. Alignment matters. It doesn't mean we're all saying exactly the same thing through exactly the same channel to exactly the same audience, but we can better align our efforts and support our work on this together. And if not the city, then who? Then there becomes a gap, and then we don't have that alignment, and that's part of what we've seen. So again, the 2 points from our perspective are really the importance of place brand. It's so tied to economic development, as well as civic pride, and our support for the city's leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next will be Tom Vinica. Please go ahead, Tom. You have 5 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm Tom Vinica, the CEO of Edmonton Unlimited, and we are very supportive of the work that has been done on Place Brand, and we'll continue to contribute in whatever way that we can to create a great message for Edmontonians to tell the world. At Edmonton Unlimited, we work to serve entrepreneurs here in Edmonton who are building technology companies that will attract investment from around the world and sell their products to the world. And so as we interact with the world, we need strong messaging to support those local businesses and show that Edmonton is the best place for them to achieve their goals. Our local companies need talent, investment, and customers, and each of these things are supported by a great place brand that helps people understand that this is a great place to develop their own talents, to go to school, to come to learn, to come to build careers, and thus get into those companies that we're trying to support and build and create products that will go out to the world. This is the same for investment as well. Those companies, investors need to see and understand the place where those companies are and believe that that's the best place for that company to grow and be successful. And a place brand helps to strengthen that. All of the tools and the messaging and everything that comes from a place brand helps to strengthen that resolve for those investors. We also, I think it's really important that I echo Tracy's comments that we think we're very supportive of the city leading this effort. I think that's very important. The city's done a great job of bringing together stakeholders that can bring their expertise to the table and their needs to the table, so that we all can create really strong alignment. I think that alignment is so important on this, and that we figure out together what this needs to accomplish, and I think that's we've been doing that so far, and so very excited about that. At the end of the day, this place brand gives us the tools that we need as an organization ourselves to be able to communicate what our city has to the world, but also to our businesses. We need to empower our citizens. Their testimony, so to speak, of who we are is very valuable, and if we can give them the right tools to as they go out and tell the world about who we are, that will be much more powerful. I also think, besides, it's not just about talking to the world. I also think that it really is about driving pride in our own city as Edmontonians and making sure that we ourselves feel empowered and want to continue to invest in our city. And so, this work, I just would reiterate, is very important. We're super supportive and grateful that the city is working on this right now.
Thank you very much. Finally, Eric Estrada, please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good morning, Mayor, Councils. I want to speak a little bit about what is this report missing. I think we hear strong engagement with city agencies, and this report doesn't really include the engagement yet with business improvement areas, despite representing a large percentage of our business and essentially the engine of the Edmonton's economy. To echo Canada's Prime Minister, when BIAs are not in the table, they're on the menu, and taxpayers end up paying for all these plans. As many of you know, Alberta Avenue has been exploring their new identity after the city abandoned the Avenue of Champions and the sports left the economic promises for the area. To this day, this committee extended the timeline for a project that was promised during that time. How is your community of communities city plan reflected on this report? Those plans continue to change and leave business operators behind. For many of them, this is their livelihoods. They're being driven away from how they feed their families and support their communities. Plans like the one expansion for the LRT in Stony Plain left many, many businesses out of business, many people in the streets, because we're not on the table, we're on the menu. I want to plead to council to direct administration to meaningfully engage with local economic development players like business improvement areas. Business improvement areas are city council organizations. You appoint our board members, but don't engage with them through your administration. They are the ones that serve the restaurants that all these companies want to attract their employers to. If we don't empower them to be proud of their areas, we're not going to drive any visitors back. I think the overall concept is great. The city should coordinate it, the brand. And if you want a bat and bring back the champions, I can cut you a deal. I think Edmonton has a bright future, but we need to work together. The city has big problems to handle and can empower their business improvement areas to tackle the medium-sized problems. But we need direct, concise direction to your administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we'll see if there's questions for our speakers. If anyone has questions, please click on the board. I hear clicking. I don't know if that's to get to questions. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to all of our speakers for being here this morning and sharing your perspectives. I just wanted to pick up on a point that I heard, or a thread throughout, is just around civic pride. I see this work as being kind of multi-facing, and for sure there's a lot of work to be done to sort of attract folks to Edmonton and help shape the way that they see our city and the way visitors see our city as we look to attract more people here. But I just want to hone in on the way we talk about ourselves, because that really matters as well, and the stories we tell about ourselves, the way we do or do not speak about our communities. I'm just looking for a little bit of expansion on that concept. Maybe I'll go to Tracy to start. Do you see this framework as, how do you see Edmontonians interacting with this framework, I guess?
I do, and I think that Tom also noted that. So, I'll just start with a bit of context. We've talked to you about visitors' impressions of Edmonton, and then how Edmontonians describe Edmonton. And there's a good and bad in that. And so people from out of town visiting Edmonton consistently rank Edmonton very highly. So these are people who have been here, and through all of our social media monitoring, they're attributed a score, and it's a very high evaluation of Edmonton as a place to visit. But if we ask Edmontonians if it's a great place to visit, it does not score as high. And I think we all can talk about sort of the history of that and how we're a little modest in that, but there are some practical tactical things that I think we need to do. Explore Edmonton's role is to speak to the visitor and attract visitors to Edmonton, and we have those great stories, and we use the great things that Eric talks about in his BIA, which is the expos. We talk about those things to the visitors, but it's not actually our mandate to promote Edmonton and share that with Edmontonians. And so I think also defining that and the opportunity of the place brand to describe those things to Edmontonians is a great opportunity for us. It's another reason that I really see the city leading this. When I think of the scale of the input the city can have in terms of their data and the analysis, as well as the channels that they have to get out to Edmontonians, I'm really interested in supporting the city in helping to share some of those stories through the scope and the scale and the channels that they have direct to Edmontonians.
Great, and I guess, so I'll go to Tom first. Tom, do you have anything to add to that? Thanks, Tracy.
I think we need to be our own ambassadors too. I totally agree with, I understand Tracy's mandate and for us, similar, there's lots of our citizens are not necessarily specifically within our mandate, but our citizens being proud and advocates of who our city is, it will benefit all of us, and it's what lifts the tide. So I think helping frame for our citizens what it is that's great about Edmonton, and how they can describe that and how they can feel that, and how they talk to people outside of Edmonton, and even think that. I'll give an example of even myself. I go to lots of different cities around the world and enjoy myself there. My wife and I had our 20th anniversary in September, and we did a staycation, and we stayed downtown Edmonton, and we had a blast. And what was interesting to me is I obviously am an advocate and I love Edmonton. And it was interesting to me that even I, kind of Tracy spoke to this, that we don't necessarily rate ourselves the same way we rate others do. I was surprised at how amazing our city is. When I was in that context of acting as though I was a visitor. So there's partially just us as Edmontonians needing to understand the value that our city has clearer, even though we're here and we experience that value all the time, but then having clear messaging to help us articulate that. And the better that is, and the better understood that is, the tide, it will raise the tide for all of us, no matter what our mandates are and no matter what our other goals are. We all need talent, we all need traffic, and we all need people here.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson is ready. Yeah, perfect. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just getting some tech support here. Appreciate you very much to all the speakers for coming. And I think, a lot of questions raised that we can put to administration. Just wanted to understand, maybe from Explore and Edmonton Unlimited, just, I feel like one of the other opportunities, and it's mentioned a little bit in the report, is collating some of the insights that we have. So we do our impression survey, but I assume Explore Edmonton also does that. Does this framework also create space where we're able to pool that data to share either fully publicly or just with institutional partners? I see you nodding. Speaker
Okay, I'll
Bednar, so-
start, Tom, and then you can take over. And I think that's like really the definition for me as a partner to what the city's call to action is. It's not a telling me what I should be telling the visitors. It's more, how do we pool our resources and insights that often have some overlaps. And so, in the absence of that, Counselor, what happens is a bunch of us get together informally and we do our best because we want to share, but there is no structural framework to bring that together and then execute on a plan that then can track measures and, changes and those things. So, for me, that is really such an opportunity for Explore Edmonton.
Tom, did you want to add anything?
No, that's good. I want to add anything to that.
Okay, so then in terms of how, because I think where I struggled a little bit is just with some of the metrics and measures. So yeah, tell me how you see that next step of evolving those and creating those and tracking them, because I think it also speaks to that shared accountability.
Yeah, and certainly administration will want to talk to this too. We're gonna have some of our own data sets that are specific to us, but some of, like I think what Tom talked about in a shared interest in Edmontonians, for example, although our mandate is to bring visitors into Edmonton, and we have very positive sentiment scores from a visitor perspective, although, we work on our brand around being a sports city, around that Lonely Planet piece, Edmontonians who become informed and become advocates of why this is a great place to live are really going to be a sales channel for us that helps us to further our mission to bring in more visitors. So, we have a marketing budget. However, if we can work with Edmontonians and they are speaking consistently about why this is a great place to live and visit, again, the trend in marketing is less around people wanting to hear from the corporate and much more around people wanting that word of mouth, and those authentic experiences. So that would be an example of where, although technically our job is to bring in visitors, sharing a goal with our other partners and with administration around civic pride and awareness of Edmontonians of our assets would also benefit our mandate.
Great. And then just thinking about the marketing work that Explore does, and I don't mean this to be an uncomfortable question or putting you on the spot, but when you consider the budget that you have and the resources that you commit to that work, and you see the budget that we have for the framework, how does that land with you? In some ways, I can see if we're able to be more of a scaffolding, then maybe a lower budget amount works, but it seems like a really small budget allocation that we have for the scope of work that's happening.
I think it is a small budget allocation, but I think that the priority of integrating all of our budgets does have a cumulative impact. So we spend probably $2.3 million on marketing. And how do we make sure that that's better aligned to reach a broader audience and to get input from this brand? So that is not a lot of money to implement or market. However, I think that there will be significant benefits in terms of impact just by acting as an integrator of what we're already doing and spending.
Okay, so it could be a way of looking at how we use our investment to amplify, align the other budgets that then becomes like a force multiplier, I guess.
Yeah, but I would also, because, I'm going to do what I can with the resources that we have, and pooling those resources is one of them, which is something Explore Edmonton wants to do. And so we will adjust our budget to try to align into that. Having said that, the amount of money allocated here to try to target an audience like Edmontonians is very modest
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Just a couple questions for the speakers. Tracy, I'll start with you. Good to see you again and talk to you. And thanks for letting me have you here, as I'm not on this committee, but I'm very passionate about branding and marketing. I guess when we talk about place brand, like I think everyone acknowledges that the importance of it. I just kind of want to know from your context, with your experience, who usually leads us? Like, it seems like the city's a good one to do it, but is that sort of what you're seeing in other cities?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that like the trend that is most viable and impactful is really the perspective and the voices of all those different entities, but you need to have leadership and coordination and organization around that, which is what this model is. Now, we'll see what that execution looks like, but, you know, if not the city, I don't know who, and because we have had a bit of a gap, I think we've seen the consequence of that. So I think, you know, I do good job in my lane, Tom does good job in his, the BIAs do good job, and we try to tack things together where we can because we're supportive of each other, but it's not nearly as strategic as it could be if we have the leadership of the city.
Makes sense. Thank you. Second question. When we kind of get down, as we go further down this place branding, and we get to a point where we're starting to nail on sort of themes and messages out there, I kind of want your take on, like, when we get to that creative standpoint, right? Is that something, in your opinion, we should be looking maybe outside, externally, like local partners on that, or is that something that, you know, we should kind of keep more in-house?
I think from my perspective, I mean, we've looked globally. I mean, we're trying to attract visitors and we're competing globally. So we need to have that kind of input. Having said that, we also work significantly with partners locally because they need to understand the local Edmonton piece. So I'm going to avoid that question slightly.
That's okay. Where I'm going with that, it's really important to get that right. So I just want to make sure we have resources and people in place to really nail that once we get to that level, right? Is my context of it. So thank you. Just moving to Eric, our other speaker here, who's in person. You know, your message about BAs being obviously more involved in the process is really important and kind of resonate with me. I think as we go through this process, I hope that Jennifer and her team are going to be involving more, but what specifically would you like to see? It's kind of like when we want to be at the table, we want to talk. Is it just to be more involved from your kind of lens?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Clark. I think I want to piggyback on a couple things. Historically, I think Edmonton lost its local economic development voice when Explorer was created. So there was an Edmonton Economic Development Group that was transformed into our tourism group now. And the local economic development was put away, per se. BIS kind of tried to fill that gap, but our combined budgets are lower than the $2 million that Explore has for promoting to the planet. BIS don't have that kind of budget combined to promote to Edmontonians. In our area in particular, our main patrons are Edmontonians. How do we promote to them? We don't have that kind of resources. Being on the table and getting direct support from council to elevate that message to Edmontonians and have that local economic voice is what is missing. What it has been missing for at least a decade or two now.
So from hearing you correctly, be involved in the process, and then when it gets there, you need some help to kind of amplify that at your level, which makes sense to me.
That is part of it. If we're not on the table, we just pay for these things. To be honest, I'm not too sure about process, but in the report we hear, Explore was engaged on these conversations. Global was engaged on these conversations. I think they should be sitting there, and people that wasn't should be here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all the speakers for coming. The place plan is really important, I think, in numerous ways, even for a new council here, as we look at directing our strategy for the next 4 years and what the priorities are. I wanted to pick up on your comment, Mr. Estrada, around the input of businesses. And I was wondering how connected the BIAs, or maybe your BIA, is with the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you for the question. I get their emails, I get their sales pitch for their events, but we haven't really have that formal engagement with the Edmonton Chamber. And I think I want to be very clear that business improvement areas are geographic specific to our membership. So each area will have a different context of their business mix. And I think a lot of our members also may don't have a membership to the chamber because they just cannot afford it. In my case specifically, we label our members as business owners, but in reality they're operators. They're just self-employees trying their best to feed their families and support their communities. So they don't have the same voice unless we make the effort to be here and juggle 3 agenda items in one go and more sometimes. Or even this week, you will see us here a lot. But this is taxing on many of our members because if they're not at their store, nobody's paying the bills.
Yes, thank you, and we appreciate I appreciate the small business community so much in terms of how it drives our economic development in the city. Really big heart of our city, so thank you for that. And that's kind of what my question was around. Like, are there other organizations that could bring that feedback for businesses that don't have the time and effort? And so I appreciate.
So thank you for that question. I think there is not. Once the Edmonton local economic group was put aside, there is nobody else to fill the gap. But there is some work being done within all the BIAs. We've been struggling for the last year to set up our BIA city-wide organization through the BIA Council and having some support from the city to push that through the goal line and actually empower our collective voice of BIAs will be a great step forward. We just haven't have the time and resources to do that, and each BIA has their own different challenges that they have to work with, and at least from the Alberta Avenue BIA, we're all forward to push onto the next stage and bring back that voice to our local economic community.
Yeah, and thank you really for highlighting the gap, because even as we talk about the place brand strategy, we're going to talk about how we engage with external stakeholders. And if there isn't a lot of time to do that either, that's not great for the actual strategy or framework as we move forward.
That's right, and that's why you want to piggyback on the relationship and deep, intimate knowledge of these BIA executive directors that know their community and know how will they actually be better positioned to represent that little area and add to the collective brand of Edmonton.
Okay, thank you. And maybe a question to all 3 speakers. We've heard a lot about engagement and how we're asking a lot of different opinions. I'm wondering, how do we make sure that the end result actually has your feedback? And I appreciate the comments about the city leading, but are there any options in making sure that you feel heard in the final results of what this is? Like, how will we know if we've been successful in making sure that we've heard all of your feedback and commentary?
Well, I think it's how we're going to show up together. I mean, I think that counts, or that administration is leading this, but who you have showing up together and who you are seeing executed will be evidence of that. I think it's never perfect, and to Councillor Clark's point, people are going to debate graphics and slogans and all of that, but I think the consistent collective commitment to an execution of this in an integrated way will be the reflection of the success. And I mean, if I look at the tactics that administration has laid out, we can Explore Edmonton can see ourselves in it. But ultimately, the measures are going to tell us that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back to Speaker Estrada. I know you're, of course, going through a place branding exercise right now on the Avenue, and I'm wondering how you see the work happening on the Ave intersecting with what we're talking about today, or what kind of connections you would like to see.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, first should be included somewhere that there are groups happening and there are groups trying to define their own identity. And as I looked at this report briefly, I didn't see any of that really reflected. I wasn't engaged in those conversations. And I think it needs to be clearly outlined how all this place brand infrastructure that we already have is gonna be added to the schedule for review, added to the schedule for renewal, added to the schedule for really maintenance and promotion of these different areas. And we're not the only one. I'm pretty sure all the other BIAs have their own infrastructure that hasn't been updated as much as the Everton district, perhaps. We have lots of parks. We have lots of spaces that get activated for the tourism. Even our streets get activated, as you saw this weekend, for large festivals that attract people to Edmonton and that Edmontonians feel proud of. So where is the integrated infrastructure plan for our economic development infrastructure? I don't see that. And I think that needs to be clearly outlined in these kind of plans to actually engage community and make them feel proud of what we have.
Great, thank you so much, and I'll follow up with city staff on that.
Thank you. Those are all our questions for our speakers. Thank you all. You can grab your seats, and we will go now to questions of our administration. This was selected by Councillor Salvador. So, Councillor Salvador, you can take the lead.
Sure. Yeah, thank you, and thanks so much for the report. Actually, maybe I'll just start right there. You know, of course, there are lots of organizations, entities, and partners like BIAs that I think are really critical to this work. How do we envision looping them in, making sure that they are part of the conversation, and if they are doing, you know, their own placemaking work, that they feel supported?
So we envision the engagement phase to have those two streams of engagement. So on the partner side of things, our plan includes a one-on-one touch base with over 24 different organizations. The final is still to be determined, so it's great to hear the enthusiasm to be included in those conversations, but then also an engagement summit. So perhaps the ones that we didn't capture in that one-on-one phase, we'll have an opportunity to bring folks together to start to test what we heard, the direction we want to move together collectively. We've really, in the informal conversations that we've had, have heard loud and clear that in order for folks to buy into whatever this work ends up being, whatever the slogan, the brand, the positioning ends up being, they have to be part of the conversations with us. It's not going to have sustainability if the city comes in and goes, okay, we heard some things from you and here's the new tagline, does everybody love it, let's go. They really have to help own it with us. So that will be the one part with the engagement, and have those different partners with us. And then on the second part of that, with the public engagement, do they see themselves in the way that we're positioning the city now and for the future as well?
Yeah, okay, so I guess for BIAs in particular, do you see them fitting in sort of more on that, like the summit itself, or more the one-on-one business community type?
Yeah, we haven't mapped it out in
Okay.
detail yet, but I definitely see them in that partner bucket in some way, shape, or form.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, and then I want to loop back to, I guess this is just a bigger question for me. You know, there's slogans, there's brand, there's positioning, but then coming back to that piece around civic pride and the stories we tell about ourselves, I think a lot of that is simply shaped by people's experiences, you know, how they interact with their city on a daily basis, whether or not they have opportunities to go to festivals, even things like how they move around their city, whether or not there's good housing options for them. Can you I guess, how do you see both of those things feeding into the framework we're talking about today? Because I do feel like a lot of it is more on the corporate side, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I think those are all important components of organic place work and placemaking. I see it on a spectrum. So when we start to get those insights from the public, and where I see that stream of the engagement really going is, like I said, we've got about 15, 20 years of historical data of how Edmontonians have seen us and see themselves in the city. But the city itself has changed substantially in the last few years alone with the amount of growth that we've had. So we really want to do a point-in-time test of, does that last generation of data that we can pull from still have the same weight that it may have once held? And then if we do have those pinch points, to your example, whether that's accessible housing or whatnot, and those are barriers to telling our story, that gives us a tangible place to bring that back to administration and address that and work collectively, or bring that back to the ecosystem of partners and say, this is one of the pinch points that we can help move the dial in a different way to build that narrative. On one of the slides I had mentioned, like, there's components to place brand that will lead to economic development, that will lead to financial sustainability. I couldn't tell you today, if we do place brand well, you're going to get X number of dollars in the bank in 5 years. But as Tracy mentioned, those metrics and incremental measures along the way will help tell us if we're on the right track, telling the right stories, if we have the right things in place for Edmontonians to really have that true sense of pride, to tell why we're so special beyond our own borders. So that's really the goal.
Right. Okay. That makes sense to me. And let me just see here. Yeah, I mean, I had a few more questions about metrics. I guess as this work continues, how do you see us refining those metrics as we continue to move forward?
Yeah, I think through the engagement process as well, that will really help dictate not only our pacing around the branding, but the metrics that we want to collectively represent. So while each organization or partner has their own mandate, their own audiences, their own accountabilities, there again are those metrics that apply to the entire ecosystem. Tracy had mentioned some of the metrics they use for the infusion of signature events into the economic development or opportunities of the city. And so I think when we can demonstrate we've shown up collectively around some of these marquee events, that's a win for all of us in the ecosystem. But through the engagement process, we'll have to really refine like what makes sense for us to collectively represent as a metric back on Place Brand itself.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Don't see anyone else on committee. I have a few questions, so I'll jump in then. First of all, thank you for all of this, for this report. I think there's a lot of good things to start with on this. Appreciate how you're approaching trying to shape those partners. So we've heard loud and clear BIAs are looking to likely be there. The other group I just wanted to ask about sort of partners is commercial real estate brokers and recruiters. Because I still think famously, I think it's fairly well known that when we had like President U of A David Turpin originally was being recruited, originally he was not interested in Edmonton, and then it took time to win him over through the work of different groups and organizations, and so those folks are often reaching out. So I'm wondering if you've thought about them, or if that's somebody that you've identified in your list so far.
I think that's a great takeaway for us as well, as that, I call it sphere as influence kind of expands and becomes identified. Who are those folks in those spaces that have the ability to influence the narrative of Edmonton? So I think we can definitely take that into account as we build out our plan forward.
Yeah, because I could see them being involved early on, because these are probably the folks more than anyone who are doing a lot of that day-to-day work. So I just wanted to flag that.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. I think you said it in your presentation, but for some reason I either didn't see it in the part or I didn't write it down. We talked about, as part of this work, we're going to be tapping into some local creatives to help. We've got these agencies, like in terms of actually creating some of this work, you're tapping into local agencies. Is that sort of the thinking on it?
I would say organically we already have.
Yeah.
And Mr. Estrada would know this as well. We have them on our y.edmonton.ca site, and we've been profiling some of those partners already. So we have that grassroots movement from it. But what I hope to do through the engagement process and bring back to committee and council on different occasions is like that what we heard component. So from our partners, what do we want to do from a good, better, best positioning on place brand, and what does that mean from a funding level from where we're at and the resources we have to be able to do those things.
Thank you, and sorry, I think what I meant to ask is like, in terms of the people actually creating some of the, you know, whether it's, I hate, you know, slogans are,
Yep.
I don't know if we need a slogan, but maybe one comes up through this work.
Exactly.
But who is sort of, so we're owning this essentially, which is great. I think that's the right thing. I've heard from enough organizations that it's right for us to own it. Who's actually creating? I mean, we're going to have partner agencies, but like, is there somebody that we are bringing on, a local creative agency that will actually help start creating some of this branding work, or were you planning on doing that in-house?
Yeah, sorry, that's where I was starting to go in a roundabout way.
Yeah.
So when we hear back from our partners of like that good, better, best strategy, if we're at that good level and I can work within our current budget at that $259,000 mentioned in the report, that's something we could probably handle in-house. If it's something that we want to do more, or we have a different outcome or a goal that we're looking to do, like on an international scale, and we want to start bringing in some of those agencies that have those connections, we would need to adjust our service offering on that and probably go external and able to do that.
There had been some conversation, I don't know if we should be naming partners, but there was a partner that was, I believe, engaging businesses about trying to put together some funding. Is that still happening? Because I think, I do think we'll probably need to tap in, with the greatest of respect. I think we've got lots of talent in the city. I also think it's sometimes, you know, as somebody who also went through marketing and brand, that's my background. It's sometimes nice to not be the one to try to create it yourself when you're involved in it each and, you know, all the time. It's sometimes good to have that outside influence. So do we have some possible partners who are still willing to put together some funds, or did that option fall off?
I'm not sure of the current status, but I'd be happy to reinvigorate those conversations.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I see no reason not to tap into the funding if the business community really wants to take ownership in this. I think there's nothing wrong with going down the path of, I think, that's tapping into some of those funds on that. So let's see, I'm too close to probably. And so I'll stop there. On committee, Councillor Parmar, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and very excited. Thank you for bringing this forward. My question also continues on the conversation of partnerships, and as you build this brand together, and how will you ensure that like other people will own it too, versus it being a top-down approach? And also that kind of ties into, you know, are there other people that are willing to help fund it as well? Because obviously when you put your money towards something, you're really invested into it.
Exactly, yeah, and I think that next phase of our engagement is really key to identifying how folks want to see themselves in this and championing it. So we had those 4 different categories of sort of how you can show up in the ecosystem at any given time if you're a champion, an activator, supporter, and enabler. That's very intentional so that we can maintain momentum around the place brand. And I just don't think I can say enough that the top-down approach, and we've seen this happen before, you get a lot of like early excitement around that potentially, and then it just kind of dies off because people don't see themselves in that work. It doesn't quite fit their mandate. They're accountable to their own boards, and it's just kind of a bit of a disconnect, and then the enthusiasm falls off. So if we can cultivate our commonalities through that engagement process, I really think that we have the opportunity to sustain something for the longer term in our next chapter of Place Brand. So that's where we really see bringing everyone together to own it versus that top-down approach.
That's great, and I think that the process itself will be very, We'll look at, see what, it's not just the end that will come, but actually the process itself. Like when you're engaging with the other stakeholders, we want them to be excited about Edmonton.
Exactly.
We want them, and so it's a progression, not just a start and a stop. And I really appreciate that that continuity with that. And then just have we ever thought of having, you know, an external like person to work alongside them? And is there anybody who are partners that kind of like rise to the top in time, not to the top, but rise to the fact that they would like to put more effort into it? And have you ever thought about having an internal, external kind of balance there as you work through this?
Yeah, I think what you're touching on is, we've heard through those informal conversations the excitement to reinvigorate a very intentional place brand. So we're excited through this process and this report today to formalize that process. And I will just say too, we've intentionally looked at having a consultant do the engagement phase for the next chapter of this work. We have an award-winning team of public engagement here at the city, but we want partners to be honest with the feedback. What's working, what's not working, how do you see yourselves in this work, so that we can start to pull at those threads that will really give us some ability to have some long-term success.
Okay, that's great. You heard some feedback from the BIAs about like not being able to. Do you envision that there will be other organizations that will help collect that, or do you envision that like the external consultant will do that, or how do you envision that? I guess?
Yeah, I think a little bit of both. I think the plan is coming together through the external consultant for the formal engagement, and then in conversations with our partners, including Edmonton Unlimited, and even yesterday I met with Build, they have some of their own networking capabilities that they've said that we could tap into. So for example, Unlimited has their Coffee with Community, and so if my team and I show up to do a bit like, here's where we're going with Place Brand, what do you think of that from that tech perspective? If we're second in North America for AI development, if we're going down this path on Place Brand, does this resonate with you? Does this serve that need? And then the same thing on the Build side of things. So I think we're going to have that good balance and intersectionality between the formal engagement process and then those more, less data integrity processes around the engagement to have the opportunity to have that honest feedback as well. So it'll be a mix, I think, and then the consultant will help us on that formal side.
Great, and so what I see is that it doesn't replace anybody else's brand, is what you're saying. There's going to be multiple brands, but it can feed into it and be part of their brand.
That's exactly the goal, is we don't want to inhibit anyone from pursuing what they need to do to promote their own business, event, et cetera, but really to be able to tap in what is that overarching sentiment that's going to bring us together through this Place Brand work.
Okay, amazing, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thanks so much. This is really exciting work, and appreciate the discussion so far. Just want to reiterate the mayor's comment around engaging commercial realtors and other industries that are actively selling the city. Mm-hmm. I know I've heard a real appetite from that industry to be more coordinated and to be part of this effort. So I think that's a great initiative. So I wanted to start again just by circling back on the question of the resources. So I think 259,000 is like that to me seems like it may be doable for a coordination piece, but that's clearly not any content generation. Yeah, thoughts?
Yeah, it's not enough to build out a full Place Brand strategy. There's no doubt about that. I think that what we have here is an ability to kind of engage, start to create a framework. But the whole point of this is that we'll be back with touch points with council to start discussing the evolution of the product. And I think at that point we can have discussions about what does it mean, how hard do we lean into this, what does leaning into this mean from a budget perspective. These are all things I think that we can think about as we go into the 4-year budget. We've heard lots of communications, and what does it mean for us to solve or be intentional about solving some of the issues and challenges that we have. And Place Brand takes us a long way in doing that work. So
okay. Well, and I think, and I appreciate that idea of like the touch points and sort of building it up. And I wonder if there's another opportunity as well, because I'm sure that more than $250K is spent on content creation across the entire corporation, right? Like individual projects are doing videos, or so how do we ensure the coordination so that all of that content that's being created on a project basis can feed into this larger initiative?
I think you're exactly right. The way that we work across the corporation is to coordinate. So I'll use community services as an example. They bring in a signature event. How do we want to lean into what they're already bringing to the city and help amplify Place Brand through something that's already coming? So it's working collaboratively and integrated across our corporation to make sure we're taking advantage of those opportunities that are not only coming through us internally, but through our partners as well, whether that's Explorer or another entity. But you're right. There's the work that we do as the corporation with our advertising. What are the services we offer to Edmontonians? That's part of the live here. That's part of what makes us attractive. Yeah. But then there's also the components, like we have FCM coming in June. really great opportunity in hand to showcase Edmonton and why you want to do business here, invest here, study here, and plant those seeds not only for like a point in time today to show up and invest here, but perhaps you want to send your son or daughter here to a post-secondary because we offer a really great experience on that front, and we're a safe city and we're a growing city and there's lots of opportunity here. So I think there's those short-term, incremental, and those transformational opportunities that we can do through what's in hand and as well as what we have before us.
Great. Did you want to add anything, Mr. Robar?
Yeah, I would just add that when we look at the priorities that council set, as we start walking through and establishing those priority directions, it helps us to change the communications path for the entire city. So that connection and that weave through the city and bringing that together helps us align a lot of that activity as a whole.
Yeah, well, I think that gets to another complexity as well, and I know it's touched on in the report, but I just want to dig into it a little bit deeper, which is what I think is sort of the joint portfolio that you hold, which is the community, Edmonton writ large, place branding, and then corporate communications. And I feel that even in some of the information, I think there's like an Edmonton by the numbers section in the report. And for me, that's really a mashup of sort of the community and then also the corporate. So from a governance, I think there's two pieces here, just in terms of how we delineate those two things. And then I think there's different streams of accountability, because I think our corporate communications is a much more defined, direct accountability to council, but then the broader placemaking or place branding is that broader community accountability.
Agreed. So the corporate is more of that governance model from the administration, that connection into council, the day-to-day operations of the machine that is the city of Edmonton, whereas the place brand is, again, leaning into that ecosystem. It is cultivating the placemaking of not only like answering the question, why do you want to be in Edmonton, but creating that feeling and those recreatable experiences, those memorable experiences. And that's where you start to shift away from the corporate brand into the place brand, if I'm answering your question.
I'll come back.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, and thank you for the report. It was excellent. Thank you to the speakers. It was really insightful. So I want to focus maybe more on the public as brand ambassadors. And, we know through extensive surveys over decades that most Edmontonians are pretty chill with their city. They like their city. But we also know that there's a very loud minority, I guess you would say, of folks who feel that nothing in the city is good, and they're on social media. They get profiled in traditional media because it makes sense. If it bleeds, it leads. If it shouts, get it out, right? So how do we empower the people who actually love their city and see the good things, understand the city? How do we empower them to have their voices elevated, to make them feel comfortable about being, these sort of ambassadors of their own city?
I think that's a great question. I think that's what Place Brand's ultimately trying to achieve. But I think a great tangible example to offer you where we see that, where we see the collective pride swelling is playoffs. I'm not a hockey fan myself, but watching downtown come alive, watching social media light up with being in the mix of those gatherings, it's taking those opportunities in hand and helping to amplify that. So I don't think we'll ever get away from the criticism of day-to-day services.
And we shouldn't.
And that's part of it. But there's those opportunities that will come before us that really help create that swell of pride. And I know you might probably add to that as well, Eddie.
I am a hockey fan, by the way. But
in this town,
it's harnessing that energy. I think is the intent. When you look at the way that this city comes alive during the playoffs, it is electric. It is the reason when I moved to the city, that first playoff run in 2017. I was here in 2016. I knew this is the place I had to live, and I think that electricity and the way that feeling and how do you harness that in a place brand in a city and just make that permeate outside of sports. There's a lot that we have in this city that we offer and that we shout out to the world and need to do a better job of that. But that harnessed energy, it expands beyond the hockey team. And I think, you know, showing that what this city has to offer beyond that as well, and harness that same kind of energy in the community that we have, and driving that into the rest of the city, I think is the intent, and that's where we all want to be. But we have so much more to offer as a city, whether that's economically, you know, we're an economic powerhouse, we're leading GDP in the next couple of years in the country. Like the reasons we're doing that is because we do great things. And it's not only the hockey team, but harnessing that energy and driving that into the rest of the things we do is an exciting opportunity.
Yeah, okay, so, and that comes down to, the reason we love the playoffs is the narrative, it's the story, right? It's the pride and the passion, and it's the unexpected. And so how do you translate that kind of intensity and narrative, and it doesn't even have to be intense, but that kind of feeling to the other things that the city has to offer, and are we giving people that rallying cry? Like, I know that former mayors and council and even residents wanted to get rid of the City of Champions slogan, right? But it was, even if ironically, a bit of a rallying cry that people could get around. And I'm not saying we should return to it or even have a slogan, but those symbols and those things that you can sort of grasp onto that make the complex, understandable, tangible.
If I can jump in too, I definitely agree with everything you're saying. When we have that collective voice for Praise Brand, that does create that rallying cry. And whether it's online or whatever the platforms are, at some point, that collective voice will be louder than those negative comments. Those negative comments will always be there, like we said. But really thinking about that collective voice that everyone can get behind and own and have accountability for will be louder that eventually and create that civic pride in an ongoing way.
Okay, great. Well, with the grace of executive, I might come around for another set of questions.
Thank you. We don't even have to give grade. You could just come on for a second round, whether or not we want to exercise grace. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Well, yeah, thank you. I will try to be brief. So just to clarify the last point, I think when I look at the metrics, just using something like social media engagement, for example, I assume that we will still move forward to have corporate performance measures on that. So the number of engagement we have, or the amount of engagement we have on our corporate channels, but then also a broader where we're maybe pulling in, again, lots of metrics from our other partners.
That's exactly right. So we'll maintain our enterprise performance measures in terms of, what's the traffic to our website? What's our media coverage like? Is it positive, negative, neutral sentiment? What do we do with that information to help inform the way that we communicate corporately? And then we'll have similar ones for Place Brand, because you can use that as well. But then we'll also have the layering in from our partner ecosystem of what they're using. So especially when we have a marquee or a signature event, capturing, the number of nights of a hotel rooms are sold, or what that economic infusion is into downtown, that's really important to showing the success of Place Brand.
Great. Oh yeah, and we're working with the Edmonton Destination Marketing, Hotel. I always get the acronym wrong, but are they sort of partners through Explore Edmonton? Or are we directly engaging with them as well?
And so that's some of the metrics that I would work through Explore and what they have established to help tie and provide a bookend to how we're delivering on Place Brand.
Okay, great. Then just thinking of other ways to engage folks. So do we have a strategy to even just raise some of the awareness of the existence of why Edmonton? Because I think that could be a gap now too, that could be preventing, again, BIAs, other non-institutional partners from taking part.
Yeah, through a lot of the informal conversations that I've had, and even just in the last year, just working the relationships with folks in my new role here at the city to say, hey, this is who I am, this is what we do, we have this website. A lot of the feedback has been, oh, I didn't even realize that there was all this access to, because one of the most costly components of marketing is generating high resolution quality images to deliver your message, and we have all of that for free on our website. And so that's been a huge asset and a huge conversation point to be able to just socialize that with partners, but opportunity to definitely amplify what's available to folks there.
And then are there opportunities to crowdsource so that other groups, other agencies, everyday Edmontonians can, again, provide content that would then be sorted, but just to provide that opportunity for crowdsourcing?
And we do that through the Why Edmonton site as well. So we've championed a few stories about different businesses or people in the community.
I mean more like someone takes a beautiful photo of the river valley. Can that become an asset?
Got you. Yeah, I think we'd have to work with those on an individual basis, depending if that was something that they wanted to do and had interest with us. But I don't think it's off the table. That's for sure.
Yeah, because I think that's a way not only to increase the amount of content at no cost, but I think it's a way for also Edmontonians to feel engaged and involved in that. I'm also wondering too, I love the website. I think it's a really great resource. There have been times where I've searched for a term and I've had no content come up or limited content come up. So is there also a way we can provide feedback that like, hey, or like, do you look at what has been searched for and what the gaps might be?
We do, and I've had the same experience myself pulling together presentations, for example, and so that is something that we take away as a team and look to build on that all the time to just continual improvement.
Okay, because again, I think Edmontonians like being part of things. So again, if we said, hey, we need more photos of X, send your photos in, right? And having a quality control there, and obviously agreement that is license free, I suppose. But I think that could be an exciting opportunity. I mean, thank you. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, just quick, and just to Jennifer, I think the Edmonton site, I know we talked about this the other day, I think it's great. I think it's got a lot of content on there, really cool stuff that you can use, and it's a really good resource. I guess the point I always want to make, I just don't want to settle on that being sort of our rallying cry, and I know it's not, and it feels a little bit more internal than external. So if that's how we come back through this process and people want to go with Edmonton, okay, I'm not going to argue with the people. I just hope we can have something that's a little bit more, gets me excited than that. That's my comment, but I'd love for your feedback on that.
Yeah, that's definitely the intent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. And to follow up on sort of, I guess, assets for the community to utilize and utilizing our partners. Like, I know this sounds really cheeseball, but I'm going to put it out there. Like, for example, like we've got a really cool, like, mountain bike trail network. And, I think of all the ways that Edmonton is spoken of in a derogatory fashion, like Deadmonton or whatever, right? And I don't think we should do it, but I mean, it would be really cool to see some creativity from our partners. Like, if there's going to be something going out that promotes like the mountain biking, why aren't we calling it Shredmonton, right? Or if it's from like, Unlimited or something, like a Headmonton, like just reclaiming some of those negative narratives and subverting them and turning them to something that's fun and interesting and positive and creative, right? Like, is there any conversation around things like that?
I think you almost see that there are examples of that happening organically. So where we've had critique before of the city, maybe an economic slowdown is where we got Deadmonton from, but now we have a signature event every Halloween called Deadmonton that brings out hundreds, if not a few thousand
I'm aware of that one,
right?
which is awesome.
Yeah, and so just like to your point, leaning into some of these things to take ownership and to show like the good side of some of the, I think of, for example, the 8.7 unemployment rate as well. But if you look at that in the context of post-secondaries, 100,000 students in our city at any given time, a ready and willing workforce, that to me, I would signal to an investor, you have a workforce ready here that's good to go. We're a sure bet. So it's a different way of looking at some of these metrics as well.
I just wrote a whole blog about like some of that,
So I think, to your point, we absolutely can lean into some of these different factors as well.
Right, like, and also I was just thinking like if we're talking about the people, I mean, organizations, that's the whole point. They're trying to galvanize people. So if the people are the ones who have that power, that would be pretty incredible. So, going back to Councillor Stevenson's example about the website, are there assets and are there stories and is there footage, basically a treasure trove, a wealth of images and stories and things like that people can pull from, because social media, as we know, is one of the most effective ways that some of these micro messages get out. And, if we're not doing it, but we give people the tools and the assets to do it, and let them know about it, then they can just run off and go with it, right?
Absolutely. I think you're probably about 10 steps down the road from where we currently are. If I'm just having conversations in the last few months with partners who didn't know why Edmonton existed, I think once we activate those organizations who then are talking with their communities, again, that sphere of influence just ripples out further and further, and it will cultivate that call to action for people to use these resources to tell their own unique stories.
Awesome. Now, Eddie, you might want this one. And that is, I want to shift over to the fact that it's inseparable that the city's like reputation and who we are and our brand cannot really be separated from our service levels. And, you know, especially in events like these, like how we manage messaging that isn't like sort of, that's empowering, right? Or like if we say, oh, we're all resilient, we're all in this together, that kind of sounds like we're all apologizing for something that was out of our control. But overall, throughout the entire year, you know, that service level conversation, if people are proud of their city and they're happy with the services, they're going to be talking about that, right?
Yeah, I think that's when I was talking earlier about the alignment to council priorities. When we look at council priorities and land that direction, I think that helps us build the place brand. So connecting our place brand to the problems that we're trying to solve as a city, I think is an important piece of who we are as the city of Edmonton and what we're trying to create as that city of the next 15 years, the next 20 years, the next 30 years. So I think there's a direct connection and correlation between what we're trying to create and that vision of what we want the city to be in the next 15 to 20 years. And I think it's important for us to leverage that as we walk through that work. Sometimes we're catching up to it, but we're talking about the things of where we're going to be, you know, what we're creating, what we're bringing into the city, and how we're changing that city go forward to that vision.
Yeah, and are we making the city beautiful and enticing, right?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. There's no other questions, and so what we're going to do, because we're trying to move away from receiving reports for information, and so we've heard there's a specific direction, so I'm just going to read that as the direction to give instead of either not receiving it at all or anything. So I will move that administration proceed with the implementation of the Edmonton Place brand framework as outlined in the January 21st, 2026 Office of the City Manager Report and enhance engagement and collaboration with city and industry partners. So just as a quick introduction, that's literally the words that were said by administration during the presentation. It's really just putting that into written form. We either should not receive things for information or give direction. So so we try to move into the habit of giving direction or not. This just uses that. So that's the opening. Anyone wishing to speak to it? No, I just wanted to check. Councillor Salvador, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just be brief. Just wanted to again thank administration for their work to date on this. I really enjoyed reading through the report and wanted to thank the speakers again for offering their thoughts today. You know, the thing that I keep coming back to, and it's been mentioned a number of times this morning, but Edmontonians themselves truly are some of the most powerful ambassadors for our city. And I think a lot of our work is really to create the conditions for people to have good experiences in our city and to be able to tell compelling stories about our communities. And that touches everything, right? From the way people experience their day-to-day city services, to the events or festivals that they have opportunities to attend, to the businesses and main streets that they spend time on. There's something quite organic, I think, about Place Brand, and part of our work is to really harness and amplify and lean into the glimmers of what Edmontonians are already feeling. And that's why, you know, top-down approaches don't work, right? And it's really exciting to see that this framework that's in front of us today leaves enough flexibility for collective ownership where each partner can really activate their own strategy, at the same time having enough common ground and common threads that we can all come back to that are aligned. So I'm quite excited to see where this goes, looking forward to the future phases of engagement where both partners and Edmontonians can be brought into this work in a bigger way. So thanks again for the conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you very much. And again, just want to reiterate my gratitude to the speakers and to administration for the development of this. And I think there's a massive opportunity here, like just incredible opportunity. We have a phenomenal city, like just absolutely one of the best cities in North America, hands down. And a lot of people know that. A lot of people wouldn't believe it, because I go on social media to other city sites on Reddit or on Facebook, and I look at how people talk about their city. And the people who talk negatively about their city, it's the same stuff in every single city. Right now, you go to any city's snow and ice clearing effort pages, and you will see almost verbatim the exact same concerns being expressed by residents. So that is universal. But what's not universal is what Edmonton has to offer. And so I think that the opportunity here is just mind-boggling. And we can do incredible things. And you know, Mr. Robar, sorry, I called you Eddie before. Mr. Robar, you mentioned earlier that, you know, during playoffs we had all of this excitement. Well, in talking to people in our ecosystem, one of the things I heard is, wouldn't it be great if we had, I guess you'd call it, I don't know, an excitement coordinator? You know, instead of everyone sort of cobbling together something. And I remember we did that as a council too in the last playoffs. If there was someone who sort of was like, okay, here's the grand plan. Everyone in on this? You have your additions, your comments, your advice, but someone, you know, that touch point or some organization, right? And if we could do that across all sorts of different things, I think we'd see a big uptick in excitement and the ways that is communicated when everyone is sort of like operating from the same general playbook, right? And so, you know, I understand that, you know, we're talking to a lot of different constituencies with this stuff, but the most powerful one to my mind is always going to be the people. If the people are excited about their place, that is infectious. There's nothing like civic pride, nothing like it in the world. And if we can capture that, if we can, and we don't even have to create it, it exists. So if we can tap into that and amplify it and let people, and give people that voice, we'll see some pretty great things in the city of Edmonton. And it's not just about the vibes, right? It's about the practical results economically, the practical results for people to have jobs, for people living here and bringing their skills, for people saying, you know what, the question isn't why Edmonton, it's of course Edmonton. There is no question, right? So I'm quite excited about where this goes. I'm quite excited about how we work with our partner organizations, and I'm really, really excited about how we bring Edmontonians into the conversation in a positive way that empowers them and makes this city known to the rest of the world. Because, I mean, maybe I'm biased, but we're obviously the best. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. And just a closing thought, touches on a little bit what you've been touching on, Councillor Paquette. I've been thinking a lot about former Mayor Bill Smith when it comes to like this brand and this sense of identity. And it's a little bit, takes what Councillor Paquette said. Bill Smith was known for saying, we're the greatest city in the greatest province in the greatest country in the world, right? And Bill Smith just like hammered that home all of the time. He was known as Booster Bill. And I think we need a little bit more of that in our city. Like, you know, we've come through some tough times, as have every city, but as we've touched on today, like, there's so much good happening in the city, right? You know, I said this throughout the campaign, that's, you know, people don't move to a city that they think is on the decline. We saw 200,000 people move to Edmonton in the last 4 years. That wasn't a mistake. They did it because of all of these great things. So I do think we need to own that. So we have a role as a council to talk about that. You know, I love that boosterism. That doesn't mean you ignore the challenges, but it just means that you don't only focus on the challenges. And so really excited about this work. Excited about the opportunity for the city to work with all of our partner agencies, with Edmontonians on this. You know, I don't know at the end of it if there will be a set slogan or a set, you know, one sentence phrase, that to me is less important. That's not what we should be debating as a council. Let all of the groups go do that. But it's really making sure that once that work is done, that we are working with all of these agencies and groups and partners to talk about that as much as we can, not just outside the city, but inside the city. So really excited. I mean, this is my past life. My education was back in marketing and all of this. So like, this is really exciting for me. Can't wait to see the work that you bring forward on this, and know that it's going to be done with thoughtfulness, bringing together all the partners, because it's always hard too when you do this work, because this is why it's like you can't always boil it down to a simple slogan, because there will be 100 different opinions on a slogan or a logo on different things. Sometimes these things emerge naturally, and you find that sometimes it's hard to create it through a specific process. So. But I think you've got the right framework in place to move forward on this. So thanks for all your work to date, and looking forward to, I'm looking at our folks from Tracy from Explorer, Mr. Vinica from Unlimited, and all of the groups and partners that have been talked about as we go forward this, because, we are the greatest city in the greatest province in the greatest country in the world. So thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 5-0. Perfect. Next up on our agenda is item 7.1. And this is the WindSpear item. So we're changing out the delegation. And all right, so I believe you have a presentation?
We do, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Right. Good morning, Mayor Knack and members of committee and council. My name is Chris Hodgson, and I'm the city's branch manager of real estate. I'm here today to provide you with an overview of the motion-driven options to resolve the WindSpear Parkade Revenue Sharing Agreement report and fulfill the requirements to facilitate the future public offering of Century Place. Joining me today are Eugene Giorfi, Director of Property Services, Bart Duraki, Director of Property Transactions, Carl Argo from Legal Services, Ms. Padbury, and various other members of admin as required. Next slide, please. For context, City Council, as part of the Downtown Workplace Optimization Report, previously heard information on administration's recommendation to divest of Century Place and Chancery Hall to support the consolidation of City of Edmonton employees to Edmonton Tower. At that time, administration also provided council with information about the district energy building agreement that stated that the city and the WindSpear would negotiate in good faith an access agreement through Century Place Parkade for the WindSpear patrons to access their parking areas, as well as a potential operations agreement that could see the WindSpear receive after-hours public use net revenue from the Century Place Parkade. The city has previously supported the WindSpear completion project, providing a total of $13 million in grant funding for the initial design and construction, as well as a $12.9 million loan specifically for the construction of a new parking structure. As part of the original business case to support the Parkade loan, the financial forecast from the WindSpear called for the construction of 142 stalls, but only 67 were constructed. The finished parking structure, being smaller than originally planned, impacts the WindSpear's financial position. In response to the council motion, administration has developed 3 distinct options to resolve the Parkade revenue sharing item for council's consideration, and we will now review each in detail. Next slide, please. Option 1 is a limited revenue sharing model where the WindSpear receives parking revenue only from after hours and weekend use of the Century Place Parkade. This is the least preferred option for the WindSpear, as it offers the lowest estimated additional annual revenue, between $50,000 and $100,000, which is not guaranteed. For the city, it requires approving an unfunded capital profile of at least $1.1 million for security upgrades, which would be charged back to the WinSpear. Most significantly, administration believes that this loss of revenue control would likely reduce the market interest and potential sale proceeds from the planned disposition of Century Place. Next slide, please. Option 2 grants WinSpear a full license to manage and operate the entire Century Place Parkade. Under this option, WinSpear collects all revenue, but is responsible for all expenses, including an annual market rate license fee payment of around $300,000. Similar to option 1, WinSpear is still required to pay the minimum of $1.1 million of security upgrades. The impact to the city in this option is a subsequent shift of city employee parking to Stanley Milner Library Parkade to offset the loss of revenue from Century Place. Like option 1, and per the discussions with external real estate brokers, disposing of the operational control of the parkade would reduce the market appeal and sale price of Century Place. WinSpear views this as the second most desirable option, as it provides them with more control and revenue potential, though it carries risk due to the fixed license fee and operating costs. Next slide, please. Option 3 is a one-time net present value payment based on an external appraisal of a 20-year expected net revenue stream projection that assumes, similar to option 2, the full operation of Century Place Parkade. The city's consultant has estimated a $5 million payout on this basis. Representatives of the WinSpear are of the opinion that $7.5 million is a more appropriate payment and is an amount that is substantiated by their experts. WinSpear has indicated that the one-time payment is their most desirable option. For the city, this option's main advantage is that it completely preserves the value and market interests in Century Place, as control and revenue are retained by the owner, and it avoids the capital costs for security upgrades. If council chooses to proceed with this option, administration suggests a $5 million loan forgiveness in lieu of the grant. WinSpear has indicated that the partial loan forgiveness does not resolve their financial gap, and their preference would be to receive the $7.5 million grant. It is important to note that regardless of a decision to proceed with a grant or loan forgiveness options, both mechanisms face the challenge of identifying a funding source, as partial loan forgiveness still requires the city to pay the underlying debt associated with the loan to the WinSpear. Next slide, please. While there is recognition of the significant role that the WinSpear plays in the vibrancy of our downtown and the organization's important cultural contributions to our city, administration does not recommend any of the options presented, given the advice that has been provided previously regarding the city not being obligated under the district energy agreement to proceed with any of these options. The city did have an obligation to enter into good faith negotiations for the WinSpear to be responsible for the after-hours operation of the Century Place Parkade and negotiate the terms and conditions of a parking operations agreement. Further discussion on this requirement, as well as administration's suggested strategy regarding any other potential financial support for the WinSpear, should happen in private. In summarizing the financial implications, the core concerns for the city are concentrated in options 1 and 2. Both require an unfunded capital approval of at least $1.1 million for security upgrades, and both carry a risk to the city's operating budget through potential revenue loss and relocation of required staff parking. Crucially, options 1 and 2 also have the potential to negatively impact the planned disposition of Century Place. Option 3, while protecting the city's protecting the disposition value, requires identifying a significant funding source for a $5 to $7.5 million payment or loan forgiveness. Finally, it's important to remember that this discussion is separate from the WinSpear's larger overall completion project funding gap, which will be further discussed through the Downtown CRL Extension Report when that returns to committee. Next slide, please. I'd like to remind Council that while much of this discussion on the particulars of this report can happen publicly, given the nature of the report and the items previously noted, there are strategic elements that are more appropriately dealt with in private. We would be happy to deal with those items now or following registered speakers per committee's preference. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we'll do our speakers first, and then if we have to go into private, we can do that if questions require us to do that. So I'll go to our speakers first. We had 3 speakers. I will check to see. I had Speaker Jesse Watson, remote. Not seeing them. So then I think our other two speakers are already seated. You were ahead of this on this. So Anne Marie, do you want to start, or do you have an order? Do you have a?
There we go. I think we register ourselves just to be available for questions. I think the council's quite familiar with the report, and that suffices.
Fantastic. So you both registered for questions only. Excellent. So then we will go to see if there's questions of our speakers. Councillor, I'll double check to see if any members of committee. I figure we can go to Councillor Stevenson. Yep, go ahead, please.
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you all so much. Thank you for being here today. Just a few clarifying questions to set the stage, I think. So I know Windspear really prides itself on being self-sustaining and not requiring ongoing operating grants from any order of government. So just to confirm, when you were contemplating the expansion project, parkade revenue was always a key consideration in the long-term sustainability of the project and the organization. Is that correct?
That is correct. We've received and managed the parking lot since the time that our original lease was signed back in 1995.
Right. And so, a question, is highlighted in the report and presentation. The initial business case contemplated 142 parking stalls. What was ultimately built was 67 parking stalls. Can you confirm my understanding that the reduction in stalls was related to the location of the district energy system?
Yes, it was definitely reduced as a consequence of that, but I also want to put on the record that 142 stalls was later in the process. We had many more stalls before that. So, this has been a long relationship with the city, specifically on the district energy, that really dates back to, if I was to be honest here, it's got to go back to 2014 at least. So, 142 stalls was a point in time, but there were actually more stalls, and so it's more complicated than that. But yes, absolutely, we reduced our stalls as a consequence, and as a result of the partnership with the city and most recently with EPCOR, prior to that, NMAX on the district energy partnership.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And so, again, sort of logically, given the partnership, given the provision of the district energy, the loss of the parking stalls that was going to result from that, that was what prompted an agreement with the city to offset that operational loss in revenue, correct?
In essence, yes. And if you don't mind my saying, it really dates back to the original model that was in place when NMAX was going to operate the facility. So yes, but the arrangement with NMAX was different, so we were trying to work with the city working with us, and with then EPCOR to figure out how we would continue to make this viable for all parties.
Great. One other thing, so again, the new underground parkade that was built as part of the expansion, again, it has no other access point from the outside world. It's only through Century Place?
That's correct, and that was all decided around about the same time. There was the only way we could maximize what parking we could provide on our site was to gain access through Century Place, and that would then allow the district energy to sit on top, because if you're familiar with the lot, there's a loading dock right underneath district energy that goes straight into the Windspear, and so there was no way to provide an access to an underground parkade without going through Century Place as a consequence of district energy.
Yeah, and I think, going back through the agreement, it's sort of, I think the agreement talks about the City of Edmonton and Windspear entering into an access easement for that parkade access. To your memory, was a fee for that easement ever contemplated?
I'm going to let Sandra answer.
Yeah, so just having a fee for that easement.
Yeah, so there's a valuation of $66,000 that was evaluated by the City of Edmonton of what that easement access agreement would be per annum.
And was that something that you were anticipating in terms of when you had those original discussions? I guess my question is, that seems like a significant cost for a nonprofit organization. You designed your project to require that easement. I'm just wondering if that design was done with the knowledge that there would be a fee.
No, it's not. That level of access agreement costs were not contemplated in the original business plan.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you. I just have a question in regards to, I guess, to the speakers and to administration. I see, like, for example, in option 3, I'll start with the speakers first. The request is 7.5 million. How did you come to that number? Was there appraisal done as well? And was there a range within that? And this one, if we can get clarity on that.
Yeah, you can ask questions of our speakers, and then once we're done all of our questions of speakers, we'll do a separate round for a minute. So go ahead.
Thank you.
Sorry, then I thought the question was for administration predominantly. Could you repeat the question,
Yeah,
Councillor Elliott?
Certainly. And I know, like, for example, in the option 3 that's been presented by administration, under the payment amount, the request right now from the Winspear is 7.5 million. I'm just curious how you acquired that number. Was there your own evaluation done or own appraisal? You able to elaborate on that?
Yes, certainly. I'll let Sandra take the question.
So the valuation of so the evaluation that the city currently has in the report does not contemplate the material uplift expected once Winspear expansion opens, including enhanced connectivity and direct public access from the parkade into the expanded facility. With projected annual visitation of approximately 500,000 people, adjacent parking infrastructure is expected to experience an increased demand and improve revenue performance. Now, of course, the assessment was based off of historical and current performance, so there's a significant difference there.
Okay, thank you. No other questions. Mine referred been.
Perfect. Thank you very much. There are no further questions for our speakers, so now we will move on to questions of our administration. What we'll do our best to cover all public questions first. If there are questions in private, we will do that after we ask any of our public questions. Councillor Stevenson's on the board, so go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Well, I just realized I don't know that I have any particular questions. So, of administration, just wanted to confirm, maybe just a process question. So, if we were to move forward on option 3, I was wondering if there's value in moving forward with that, identifying a funding source now or at the Spring SOBA. For example, if we end up with surplus, I know surplus would go into FSR. Are those sort of interchangeable, I guess, as terms, FSR versus potential surplus?
So the surplus is never really a funding source until you know it has been secured and added to the FSR. So they're somewhat one and the same. So the FSR would be your only funding source for this. I think and we could expand more in private, but I think a view on timing would be that you should make this decision in consideration with some of the pending decisions on the CRL funding arrangement.
Could you tell me a bit more about that? Just in the sense that I think there was clarity provided that this issue is separate from the capital piece of the expansion project?
I think our position would be, because this issue is a component of the wider capital, that there are in fact an interrelationship between these items, and we would expand more on that in private.
Okay. I suppose the only way to find more about your reasoning for that is in private, but not sure I'm following that thread. Okay. Thank you. I think I'll leave it there.
Sure. And we'll finish questions, and then I hear maybe a desire to get that information in private. We can do that after. So, Councillor Elliott for public questions.
Thank you. And just for clarity, I'm not sure if this question is going to be be in private or not. For administration, I'm just looking for a breakdown on the appraisals, what was conducted for the park for this payment amount of $5 million. I guess I'm looking for, was the appraisal, when was conducted, what was the range, was there a range, I guess should say, in that appraisal, or was it just at $5 million, and how that was acquired?
So we contracted an independent appraiser who did an evaluation and assessment of the parking environment in the downtown, both looking at both historical and future uplift, we hope, of reacquisition, or I guess more occupancy of downtown office buildings. So they came up with three different scenarios, one fairly optimistic, one sort of realistic, and one sort of pessimistic, knowing that the parking structure uptick in downtown can go in different directions in the future. So the number, the 5 million, is our sort of optimistic, or our realistic number. It's the middle of the range. We did have everything from about 4 million to 5, and about 6.5. And so we had a range, and from a negotiation perspective, we would go with what we believe is the most realistic option, and that was a $5 million number.
Okay, thank you. No other questions there.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. So understanding that only option 3 maximizes our disposition potential of Century Place, I'm wondering, actually, I don't know if this is going to be public or private. Do we expect the encumbrance to be accompanied by a decline in sale value that's greater than the sum being requested here?
Councillor, I'm not certain that would be a question that we would answer publicly.
Okay, if there's no other questions in public.
There are none. You want to make that
I'll
motion?
move that we go in private.
Thank you. The motion to go in.
Subject to section.
Well, let's start with 29 advice from officials and go from there.
Perfect, 29.
Starting with 29, please vote to go into private, subject to sections 29.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 5-0, so we will clear out the room. Sorry, everyone. We'll see if we can finish these questions before the lunch break, but there's no guarantees. If we don't, we'll be in recess until 1:30, and then we would come back at 1:30 if we do not finish the in-private part. Good afternoon. We're back. And I just realized my camera's not on, so therefore I can't see everyone that's in the meeting yet, so now I'm in. All right. Call this meeting back to order, and I'll do a roll call. Councillor Tang?
Hello.
Hello. Councillor, let's see, Parmar?
Here.
Hello. Councillor Salvador?
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Elliott?
Present.
Excellent. Let's see, for those who are in person not on committee, Councillor Rutherford? Hello.
Hello.
Councillor, counts, whatever. Councillor Stevenson is also here.
Hello.
Hello. Online, I see Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette. Okay, and Councillor Clark.
Yep, I'm here.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, that's everyone that's here right now. Councillor Parmar, did you want to read out a motion?
Thank you, Mayor Knack. I would like to motion that Executive Committee recommend to City Council, number one, that the 2026 Real Estate Branch Operating Expenditure Budget be increased by $6.5 million on a one-time basis with funding from the Financial Stabilization Reserve to provide a lump sum grant funding payment to the Francis Winspear Center for Music, and that the associated grant funding agreement between the City of Edmonton and the Francis Winspear Center for Music be approved and be in a form and content acceptable to the city manager. Number two, that a below market value access easement agreement between the City of Edmonton and the Francis Winspear Center for Music to provide access to the Winspear Parkade at no ongoing cost be approved, and that the access easement agreement be in a form and content acceptable to the city manager.
Thank you. That motion is accepted. Questions on the motion? And we'll probably exercise a little flexibility if somebody has questions to the mover, as I believe Councillor Stevenson had a lot to say. If that's okay with you, Councillor Parmar?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Yeah. If there are questions to the mover, I will provide some opportunities for flexibility to ask questions of Councillor Stevenson, who I think helped draft it, but is not a member of committee. So, okay. Just double checking. I don't see anyone having clicked on. Okay, anyone wishing to speak to it? I guess, yeah, I might quickly speak to it. I'll just jump in. You know, it's like no one wants to use this funding source. I know administration would recommend against it. At the same time, we've got to bring sort of closure to this one way or another. I think, you know, I'm not going to rehash all the history. It's been talked about over and over again. I've been around for, since the very beginning conversations in my first term when this started. So imperfect funding source, but I don't have an alternative that I could move. If I had an alternative, I would absolutely pick any other funding source other than this, because we don't want to be tapping into the FSR for all of the reasons we talked about a budget. I'm not going to repeat those, but let's make sure we provide that certainty. I've said this a few times. At the end of the day, I do think and I appreciate administration's perspective that there's not I think a legal obligation, as would probably be described. I do believe we have an obligation from the long conversations over the course of many, many years to resolve this. So I will be supporting this recommendation to council. As mentioned, this does go to council, so folks can vote on it there, but I would just ask, if you are looking to speak to it now, and that saves us time to having to speak to that at council. So that's it for me. On committee, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to echo some of your comments, Mayor, in regards to the funding aspect is not considered appropriate per se, given the fiscal responsibilities that we have. However, we finished our meeting early talking about brand for Edmonton and what Winspear brings to the community, brings to the city, brings to the province. It pulls people in from economic source to social, it's just vibrant and part of our community. And I know myself and my colleague, Councilor Palmer, just newly into these roles here. This was ongoing before we arrived. However, the WindSpear, I believe, is one of the foundations in the city, and it needs to be supported, and it needs to continue in our community.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, I'll be brief. Feel like we're saying similar things. I also don't love the funding source, but I also don't see another option in this case. And just in terms of timing, while we could push this to SOBA, the funding source would still be the same. So this allows us to just move forward and help ensure that, as was mentioned, a critical institution in our city is able to continue to flourish without the need for ongoing operating subsidies. The parkade revenue was always factored into the long-term sustainability of the organization, and this is about making good on that assumption to support their long-term viability. So very happy to support this, and that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. I think my colleagues have all said it very well. For me, it's a huge relief, and with a lot of excitement to see this motion on the floor. I think it resolves something that's been hanging over our city, both as an organization and as a downtown community. Just the uncertainty that has been created for an incredibly valued partner in the downtown. I think this is a very exciting way for us to meet our obligations, to demonstrate that we are a good partner, and that even when conditions change beyond the control of any individual organization, that we still work to make our partners whole and ensure that partnership with the city means shared success, not other requiring changes of plans that can't be accommodated by our partners. It's also wonderful to know that this will support an amazing organization that does so much in our community. Mentioned from brand identity to phenomenal, I would argue, violence prevention work through Yona Sistema, enriching our community in so many important ways. Of course, I will jump on the theme of FSR not being ideal, but I think it's always so important to remember that we do have a plan to pay it back. We are on track, not only on track, but ahead with our repayment, thanks to decisions we made back in December. So I think that while not ideal, it is reasonable, and on the whole creates a significant net benefit for our community. So thank you so much for my colleagues on Executive Committee for the conversation today, for bringing this motion forward, and really grateful to our partners as well.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'm speaking at committee just so that I don't have to speak again at council. I did meet with the WindSpear Center, and we all agree that the WindSpear is a valuable asset, and we want the WindSpear to thrive. But we do also have to look at the cumulative impacts of all of our decisions. It's not lost on me that we're making another budgetary decision on the heels of just doing our budget adjustment, where we made a lot of decisions about what was a priority for the FSR. And I don't know if any of those other decisions would have, where this would have weighted with that, or would we have all still supported all of the things we approved at the budget and then this, or would it have been more of a trade-off of what is priority? So I think that's a caution that I want to share, and I guess just when, I can get if we're like 6 months out of when we've made a budget decision, but I guess just a general comment to administration that when we know something like this as a recommendation is going to be coming, how do we accelerate that to be able to have that in the context of the holistic budget debate? Because we were able to accelerate an important conversation about the need for the road opportunity with Enoch and the government of Alberta to have that conversation but this one should have, in my opinion, been in part and parcel with that conversation. That being said, I will be pulling this to vote against this at council. I may be alone, I don't know. Again, this is a great example of how it doesn't reflect
my feelings, my value for the Winspear Center as an amazing asset to our city that does such great work. I mean, I sit on the Arts Council right now. But I do feel backed into a bit of a corner with previous decisions that we have made on how we're using the FSR and where that's led us to today, which doesn't allow me the wiggle room to do those trade-offs. So I can't keep saying yes. At some point I have to just start saying no. And so for me, that will be if FSR is the source. I don't believe we are actually on track as per the comment from my previous colleague, and I'd like to fact check that because, for example, 0.5% of the tax levy in 2026 was for an FSR repayment that we then drew down from. And so now, I mean, we might as well have just put that on the tax levy. So there is some switching that's happening that I don't think is actually getting us where we want to be. I don't have those numbers in front of me right now to fully articulate. And we're in debate now, so I can't ask administration at this exact time. But we already extended the policy and made an exception to the policy on the FSR. Then we created a repayment plan, and then we've been since using, as it is for these exceptional situations where we want to, that unforeseen that we want to address. And this would be a perfect criteria for that. This would absolutely be a perfect criteria for that. Just as we're probably going to be faced with looking at our FSR for whatever the budget ends up falling with snow clearing. Or, our WCB premiums that might come in higher, or whatever other things come our way. The FSR's purpose is to create that resiliency and flexibility. And so I just really want to continue to highlight that the reason I'm saying no to this is because while it's not ideal, I think it's beyond the point of not ideal. We have to reflect the fact that we are losing our nimbleness and our flexibility with that account. And so that's why I will be voting no to this at council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Parmar to close.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything much that can be said. I think I echo where it is not ideal. When I look at what what priorities of this council and what I've heard at the doors, economic development, arts, culture, and recreation are large priorities, and it will be upon us when we look at the next 4-year budget to really focus that money on those priorities. And I absolutely believe that we will say no. We will have to say no to a lot of things in that 4-year budget. But we're setting ourselves up for success, I think, with making sure that the process is building the budget from zero, and I think that we will continue to look at what those priorities of Edmontonians that they want and in the next 4 years throughout that. I also want to thank Councillor Stevenson for her leadership as the ward councillor, with the help of the executive committee, and definitely thank you to the partners at Winspear Center for Music, because looking through these documents as a new councillor, I can see how it can be very frustrating just to have been in this conversation for 10 years, which is why we really wanted to I wanted to really put this forward. Just around, trying to close this door so that we can move on, both the city and Francis Winspear Center. So I would encourage my colleagues to vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 5-0, so that will go up to council for approval. Thank you. Okay, next item of business is item 7.4, storefront improvement program policy updates. I believe there's a short presentation on that, so I'll give everyone a chance to come down and get settled in. All right, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, members of Executive Committee and City Council. I'm Tom Mansfield, Director of Local Economy, and I'm joined today by my colleagues, Alyssa Liberty, Branch Manager of Economic Investment Services, and by Yvonne Pronovo, who is the Program Manager of the Storefront Improvement Program. The Storefront Improvement Program supports the enhancement and maintenance of walkable, vibrant, and attractive main streets in Edmonton's 13 business improvement areas and 2 target areas, Little Italy and Norwood Boulevard. The program offers a matching reimbursement grant that supports eligible exterior renovations by businesses and commercial property owners. Storefront renovations benefit property and business owners by improving business branding and customer experience, reducing overhead costs through energy efficiency upgrades, such as new windows or doors, and promoting safety with well-kept and active business frontages. These conditions help attract visitors and patrons to the building and neighborhood, while also helping to retain existing and attract new businesses, contributing to commercial building utilization and the resilience of our local economy. Next slide, please. Since the program's inception in 2002, 313 buildings have been awarded a grant. For clarity, 310 buildings are cited in the report, while 313 takes into account the most recent and latest figures. The majority of the properties that have accessed grant funding are located in the downtown, Old Strathcona, Chinatown, and Alberta Avenue BIAs. As the program focuses support on walkable, attractive, vibrant Main Street areas, the business improvement areas with more industrial businesses, primarily Kingsway and Northwest Industrial, tend to see lower program participation as the urban form in these areas tends to be highly vehicle-oriented. Industrial properties and businesses are not the target for this program. Over the past 5 years, the program has seen a ratio of $2.70 in private investment to every $1 in city grant funding, demonstrating how private investment greater than the city's contribution is incented by the program. Next slide, please. Under the current policy, a building may access a Storefront Improvement Program grant one time. As per the motion received in March 2025, Administration is proposing that City Council approve a policy update that will allow buildings that received a grant 10 years ago or more to reapply to the program a second time. Allowing buildings to reapply to the program after 10 years or more will permit 153 buildings across the 13 BIAs and target areas to potentially re-access the program to support future renovations. Additionally, Administration is proposing to formalize the piloted Storefront Refresh Grant by adding it to the policy. This stream of funding was designed to support smaller projects that have an impact on the street but might not be large enough in scope to apply for a Storefront Improvement Program grant. This stream of funding tends to primarily support business owners rather than property owners. Next slide, please. The policy updates proposed here today will enhance the program and help to unlock new investments into commercial properties that haven't been updated in over 10 years. These changes show the city's commitment to supporting a thriving local economy and attractive urban main streets. We would be pleased to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. First, we'll go to our speakers. Mr. Estrada, I'll get you to come down, and I think I see of our other speakers virtually, I see Anne, Daniel, and Nielsen Nguyen, all online. I don't yet see Daniel Plamondon. I don't know if you're all registered to speak or if it's or some might be questions. Anyway, we'll let Mr. Estrada take the lead and then go to each speaker after if they have presentations. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Estrada, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. And I think David will sense his regrets. He had to deal with a family emergency. So Alberta Avenue Business Association supports the storefront improvement program and the proposed policy updates as they help ensure this important grant remains available to local business members. We view the inclusion of the additional support targeted to business operators as a positive step forward, and they encourage the city, the city for a business to continue expanding the direct investment from business operators. We also like to highlight that the support is addressing the support of this additional program is addressing the challenges that we hear from some of our members about some absentee landlords, often based outside of Edmonton or Canada, that limits their reinvestment and often make it difficult for operators to improve the storefronts and working conditions within our members. I think there is more way to go, but this is a very positive step forward on that direction. I want to thank you, administration, for their work on that. I think you hear me speak when we have gaps on these reports that administration presents to you, and I think the progression of improvements on this program is being shown today. So thank you, and I'll let it go to our members.
Thank you very much. So you mentioned Mr. Plamondon was not able to join us. So next, Anne Nguyen, please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Anne Nguyen. I'm with Alberta Travel Living Incorporation, and this is my first year serving as a board member with the Alberta Avenue Business Association. As a newcomer and someone working in the tech and innovation space, I really see the value of having programs like this available to BIA members. You see, an inviting storefront that's accessible and barrier-free with good lighting and clear, attractive signage makes a real difference. It creates a safer, more connected place to do business and help businesses succeed. Unfortunately, many operators face challenges when buildings are owned by landlords who live outside the city or even outside the country and are not invested in the safety or appearance of the property. That's why additional support for business operators is so important if we want to keep this positive momentum going. So, I strongly support the storefront improvement program and believe it's really essential to continuing the progress I've seen along the Alberta Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Daniel Nguyen.
Hey, Mayor and Council, thanks for having me. My name is Daniel Nguyen, and I'm the owner of Pneumo Cannabis. I'm a second-generation business owner. My family owns both the businesses and the properties we operate out of, and I've grown up on Alberta Avenue my entire life. I'm also currently serving 2 years on the board of directors of the Alberta Avenue Business Association. And so I run Pneumo Cannabis as a local community-focused cannabis shop. We're proud of the neighborhood and the people we serve, and we put a lot of care into how our business shows up in the area and on the street. But even so, like, our storefronts constantly vandalized, which makes it clear how much the condition and design of a building affects safety and perception. While my family is continuing to invest in our properties and tenants, many other business owners on the avenue I know aren't so fortunate. Many out-of-town and out-of-country landlords are often not investing in the safety or appeal of their buildings, which leaves their tenants with limited options. And so that's why additional support for business operators is imperative if we want to keep moving forward. I am strongly in support of the storefront improvement program and believe it's essential to continuing the positive progress that we've seen on Alberta Avenue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And Nielsen Nguyen, please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and members of council. Good afternoon. My name is Nielsen, and my family owns the Canadian General Store. I'm also a second-generation business owner, and our family's livelihood has been rooted in the Alberta Avenue community for 27 years. I'm currently serving in my 6th year on the board of directors for the Alberta Avenue Business Association. I'm here today as a small business owner who has directly benefited from the store improvement grant. I'm one of the businesses that had access to that, I think about 3 years ago. Through this grant, we were able to renovate our parking lot, sidewalks, windows, awnings, and storefront signage. So a lot of renovations and work went into that. Without the support of this grant, we would not have been able to make the much needed upgrades to our aging building. That wouldn't have been financially possible because a lot of small family-run businesses like myself are often having issues with major capital improvements that will not be in reach if we were not to have this support. I think a well-maintained storefront does much more than improve our business alone. It shapes how customers feel when they walk through the door and how residents would experience the street, like clear entrances, visible windows, and welcoming facades signal care, stability, and pride. That sense of investment builds trust, increases foot traffic in our areas, and strengthens the main streets. I strongly encourage council to ensure this program remains accessible to business improvement areas across Edmonton. Expanding access to this program would allow even more small businesses to reinvest in their communities. It is an investment not just in buildings, but in people, neighborhoods, and local economic resilience. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions of our speakers? Not seeing any, so thank you very much for those presentations. We'll now move on to questions of our administration. This was selected by Councillor Salvador. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Some really exciting work, and just great to hear from some of our speakers about how beneficial this program's been in our communities. I guess one question or potential issue that was flagged for me that I just wanted to get some clarity on with the current structure of the grant, where we potentially see cases of like significantly smaller buildings ending up with proportionally larger grant amounts of funding depending on sort of their size and where they're located on a block.
Thank you. Currently, the way the program is structured, there's 3 funding options for the storefront improvement program grant. This is not the refresh grant, just let me be clear, that's a different stream. For the storefront improvement grants model has up to $25,000 in matching, meaning that the applicant would have to spend at least $25,000 or more as well for a mid-block building, so that basically has 1 active frontage. There's up to $30,000 matching for a corner building that has 1 active frontage and then 1 inactive frontage, basically a blank wall typically. And then up to $50,000 for a corner lot with 2 active frontages. And so the grant is designed specifically to have these 3 categories and make it easy for applicants to understand how their business or their building configuration would be eligible for the program.
Okay, and have we ever contemplated, I guess, a model that would scale with the linear frontage of properties?
We haven't really actively considered that. The size of the building and or the linear frontage, if you will, aren't necessarily a driver for the project cost. So the project costs are driven more by the improvements that are being considered, and there are a number of eligible improvements that the program can cover the costs of, and there's some critical improvements that have to be part of the project. So to give you an example, a small commercial building that's doing a significant overhaul with windows, doors, awnings, maybe a mural, maybe cladding, could spend significantly more than a large building that was doing smaller, more cosmetic improvements, such as maybe just an awning and a new door, for example. So building size, although it could influence the cost of the project, is less of a driver than the components of the renovation project itself.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that feedback. Maybe I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parmar?
Hi there, thank you. And this is the first time I've heard about the program, and thank you to the speakers for coming. I'm going to ask a question, but I don't want it to be taken in a way that is if I'm for or not for the program. It's a question that I think, as we prepare for the 4-year budget, that I will probably be asking anybody that comes in, with a program or policy. Number one, would you consider this a core service? And then number two, what would happen if we did not fund this program?
When it comes to core services, that's a hard one to answer because it depends how you define it. What I will say, though, about this property improvement program is it's one of the things that can directly influence your non-residential tax assessment. So when you're making improvements to a building, of course, the amount of investment in what you're doing will be drivers towards that investment. But given this is a property improvement, it's something to consider when looking at this type of program when compared to other types of programs.
Okay, and so, if I understand correctly, so then when the businesses make the property improvements, they would then potentially have an increased tax assessment, and then the income would come in the form of a non-residential tax.
So there's two ways that this happens. So sometimes the building or the business owner is the building owner, and in that case, yes, that is the scenario. In other instances where there are property improvements, there has to be an agreement with the building owner and the leased business to make those improvements. And in that case, the individual business who is leasing in that space doesn't see any tax changes but may see a change in their lease. That's an example.
Okay, amazing. And then, one of the things that when you are leasing a building or when you're renting, there's the owner of the building might do like tenant improvements, right? Like TIs when you're doing your lease agreements. And I'm wondering if this at all conflicts with some of those kind of, those separate business conversations with TIs.
No, generally the TIs are for the inside of the building. Generally, the property owner will be responsible for the larger improvements to the exterior of the building. It's not always the case, but generally.
Okay, and then what would happen if we didn't fund this program?
I guess hypothetically, if this program wasn't available, we would probably see fewer investments made in commercial properties in our business improvement areas. As you've heard from some speakers, this program has enabled them to undertake some of those improvements that they may not have otherwise been able to make. And so you would potentially see over time a bit of an erosion, if you will, of the vibrancy in those areas, and be kind of contradictory to why we have business improvement areas in the first place.
Okay, thank you for that. And I do appreciate that it is matching, that it is half private and half City of Edmonton?
At least, yeah. So it's at least 50% matching. Typically, project or applicants will spend more than the city's contribution on a project.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. My questions go similarly in line. Just out of curiosity, what's the budget for this, or is it all dependent on, because it all depends on a number of applicants that actually submit and seeking help?
The program has a $500,000 per year budget, and we use a reserve fund to manage that because projects often start in the middle of a calendar year and finish the next calendar year. So we use that reserve fund to allow projects to be paid out the following year. But we have $500,000 per year towards the funding of this.
I believe it's under my understanding. It's been around for several years now. Has the budget remained quite consistent on this, or have we seen an increase in businesses, for example, pop up, and this may be directly a correlation to it?
Councillor Elliott, it stayed fairly consistent with the exception of COVID. Of course, we saw a retraction of investment across the board in our economy, and this program was no different. We are seeing ongoing and continued interest, and so maybe I'll turn it over to Yvonne to talk about the most recent intake and what that looked like.
So the last couple of years, we've definitely seen an increase in the number of applications and interest in the program. However, 2025, it did go down a little bit. I think that's because of a lot of larger economic uncertainties that businesses have been facing around tariffs and other larger factors out there that has been impacting business confidence.
Okay, thank you. And this is going to be an odd question. I don't even know why I'm asking it, but I will. That's a good way to start this question. What happens if a business changes names, declares bankruptcy, reopens? Is that restart the application process? If you follow me on that.
So the agreement would be in place with obviously the applicant that started the project. And it is a reimbursement grant, so no money would change hands until the project was complete. And they submitted proof of completion and payment of the expenses. So the reimbursement wouldn't happen if your scenario was to take place until the project was completed. In terms of the actual agreement, we would have to look at potentially reassigning that agreement, or we would work with law to come up with what our options are to have the project continue under different ownership, essentially.
Okay.
It's not something we see very often.
Okay, thank you. And that's all for questions.
Thank you. And Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to pick up on Councillor Salvador's questions in terms of that frontage piece. Because I appreciate the point that ultimately the biggest driver is the level of investment that businesses are making in terms of how extensive of the renovation they're doing. I guess I'm just struggling in the sense that ultimately we're only ever paying 50% of costs. So if someone was undertaking a more modest investment on, let's say, a corner lot that was eligible up to $50,000, if their investments were modest, then they probably wouldn't cap out, like they wouldn't max out the $50,000, correct? So then I guess I'm just back to wondering, why we ask some businesses that are mid-block or may have longer frontages to spread themselves more thinly, I guess, in terms of the amount of grant opportunity we're providing to them.
Yeah, so it's a really good question, Councillor Stevenson. We haven't come across this as an issue, but that doesn't mean that what you're pointing out is not a discrepancy. So the way the program is currently designed is around the frontage. We don't look at the size of the frontage. So whether you've got one face or two face, that's what we're really looking at. And so then what you put on those faces and how big they are is really up to the building owner. I hear your point on if you've got a giant, store frontage, that's potentially a different mechanism. Like I said, we haven't come across it. It is a potential scenario that could emerge.
Sorry, go ahead. Well, just when you say you haven't come across it, because again, I think I can point to one example. There's 3 businesses in a row. One is a mid-block, very large frontage. There's another immediately adjacent, mid-block, very small frontage, and then a corner with very small frontage. So
I guess the way I will rephrase what I had indicated is we haven't heard this as a concern through our work on this policy, et cetera. When it comes to mid-block buildings in our BIAs, typically they're not large. They're typically smaller, but there are, to your point, examples you can point out where it doesn't fit that scenario. Yvonne, anything to?
Yeah, and I appreciate there's a balance in terms of administration of the grant, and there's a simplicity to this, which is makes a lot of sense. I do. Again, there's a proponent that would have come and spoken today and just wasn't able to be here in terms of providing that feedback, and it seems logical enough. Just maybe do you think that there is a way is there a feasible mechanism where we could administer the maximum grants amount by a different mechanism?
There's always that as an option. We haven't explored that as part of this work, so that's something we'd have to take away and then come back to you to show you what that looks like and any financial or other implications for consideration.
Okay, perfect. Another question was just around the area of application. So I appreciate we didn't fund it, but when we were looking at some development incentive and the commercial vacancy reduction, we had different, it was proposed to have a different geography, so it wasn't limited to the BIAs. There was also proximity to transit. Just wondering if there was any thought in aligning those geographies?
With respect to those programs that weren't funded?
Yeah, so taking the geography that was proposed in them and then applying it to the storefront.
So expanding the storefront improvement eligibility areas? No thought was given to that. These have been specific for the BIAs in the two target areas. So that was not part of the scope of this work or something that we've really considered.
Okay.
Otherwise, we do have the corner store program, which does offer some similar features as storefront improvement in mature areas with commercial hubs. So that's one option. It doesn't apply in every neighborhood, but it's targeted at mature neighborhoods. The two programs that you'd indicated that weren't funded, one was to apply only to BIAs. One stream was to apply only to BIAs. That was the interior renovations.
Okay.
And the other stream was for new construction, was to fit more in line with the nodes and corridors in the priority growth areas.
Okay, great. Thank you for that reminder.
Great, thank you. I see no other questions. Councillor Salvador, you selected it. Did you want to? Yeah.
Yeah, so just, I will move, hang on. Do you want to move the name? If I have. I don't think there's. Yeah, so I'll move that administration bring back options to amend policy C2160 as set out in attachment 1 of the January 21st, 2026 Urban Planning and Economy Report, UPE 03042, to modify the maximum grant allowances to be calculated by linear frontage or other comparable measures and return to a future City Council meeting.
Great. I see the clerks looking at you as in making sure they have the wording so they could put that up on screen.
Can I also clarify if the intention there then is to refer it back to administration to do this?
Is there, I guess we would have to. Is there a way for this to be integrated? Probably not. Yes. Refer back.
Yes.
We'll do that.
Okay, let's get that wording before any questions or anything else is asked. As that's getting ready to go up on the screen, Councillor Salvador, did you want to take your 2 minutes to introduce?
Yeah, for sure. So maybe just first and foremost, really pleased with the changes that have been brought in front of us. I think just based on some of the dialogue and questions that were asked today, I would be interested in seeing if we could tweak our methodology slightly to allow for better outcomes. I really appreciate the simplicity of the current approach, but I do think it's worth looking at to see how we can just better match the needs of various sizes of buildings. And we heard the example today of, a large building that might have a really big frontage mid-block versus a much smaller building on a corner lot. So I think it's worthwhile to look at given how successful and valuable this program is.
Thank you very much. And the wording is there.
We're just putting up the refer back, but I just wanted to put something on the screen.
Yeah, thank you. While that's getting updated with the refer back, I'll look to the board to see if there are any additional questions. Not seeing any. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. Just wanted to say thank you to administration for this work. I think the proposed changes are excellent. I think the addition of the refresh is phenomenal and is a really great way to respond to some of what we've been hearing from community. And I think we'll see some of those smaller but high impact improvements. So really commend you for that. I recognize in retrospect it was a very narrow motion, and this issue of the linear frontage is something that emerged afterwards. So appreciate administration taking that on. I agree that this approach probably makes a lot of sense 8 times out of 10, but just really closing that gap, making it a program that, again, I think it helps us to maximize the impact that we see and leverage additional private dollars to reinvest in their properties. I think the question about is this the type of business the city should be in is a really important one. And for me, I think it does come back to one of the core mandates of the municipality, which is economic development. I think this plays a really key role in that, and has been shown to have that positive impact, and subsequently supporting our non-residential tax base. So thank you again for the work. Thank you to Councillor Salvador for bringing this forward as well.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, thank you so much. And just want to start by thanking Councillor Stevenson for flagging this and for working on this motion. I was happy how he put it forward today, because I do think it can help us close an important gap and make this program even better. And yeah, similarly, this is about economic development, right? It's about making our business areas attractive to investors, attractive places for people to visit, grow, spend their time. And what is so phenomenal about this program is it does allow us to effectively leverage private funding to enhance our main streets and business districts, which we know is vital to supporting vibrancy and safety in our communities, as we heard from our speakers today. So again, my thanks to administration for their excellent work on this. Looking forward to this advancing.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 5-0. Last item of business is item 9.3, and so we would need to take a motion to go into private, subject to sections 19, 30, and 32 of the Access to Information Act. Can I get a motion for that?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Salvador. Please vote to go into private.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 5-0. We'll take 60 seconds or so to clear the room.
we are live.
Thank you. So I will move that attachment 2 be added to the January 21st, 2026 Urban Planning and Economy Report. And number 2, that the executive committee recommend to council that the actions set out in attachment 2 of the January 21st, 2026 Urban Planning and Economy Report be approved. And then number 3, that the January 21st, 2026 Urban Planning and Economy Report remain private pursuant to sections 19, 30, and 32 of the Access to Information Act. Any remaining questions? Anyone wishing to speak to this motion, which will be shared at the appropriate time, but can't really be discussed now? Not seeing any, I will call the vote. Please vote.
Just need one more vote. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 5-0. And that covers 9.3. There are no motions pending. Any notices of motion? I do have one at least from Councillor Salvador. Please go ahead.
Thank you. At the next regular council meeting, I'll move that administration provide a report on the efficacy of traffic bylaw 5590 enforcement and penalty structures, including but not limited to enforcement information from 2015 to 2025, including annual ticket volumes, most frequent offenses, and key drivers of change in enforcement trends, a review of fine adjustments under bylaw 5590, including when each fine amount was established or last adjusted, how their real value has changed over time, and any implications for deterrence. Options to maintain the intended effectiveness of fines over time, including indexation using consumer price inflation and or other appropriate indicators, and recommendations for policy, bylaw, and or fine schedule amendments to support deterrence and long-term efficacy. Due date, June 8.
Thank you. Any other notices of motion from committee members? Not seeing any.